Hi guys, Morinure from back here. I hope that everyone's doing okay. I'd like to say in advance pleasant Sunday to people, for the people that are about to come online, or for people that will be watching this video later or whatnot, or whatever. I mean, and whatnot. So yeah, just good morning to you guys, and specifically pleasant Sunday morning to you. I wanted to do something different, so I'm recording from my balcony right now. Weather looks nice, and yeah, everything looks okay outside. It's quiet for the most part, aside from my neighbors just going about their daily lives, etc. Um, and the topic of this video specifically is going to be on occult discrimination, basically the discrimination that occultists receive from the rest of society. So things that bother us as occultists, and especially as occult vendors, someone like me, someone who offers occult-based services. Me being who I am, I've come across more than my fair share of situations where people either shun me as an occultist, or not people but specifically businesses shun me as an occultist. uh, Basically, if you want to put yourself on the market occult wise, you can't do so. Honestly, you can't put yourself on the market occult wise. You can't do anything similar. um, Hold on for a second. Yeah, you can't put yourself on the market occult wise. You can't go about daily grind. You can't do this. You can't do that. It's always something. It's always something. And I'm gonna give a couple of notable examples. I remember when I only just started my business, the online marketplace Fiverr was the place that I used by mandatory. That's the place I used by default. That was my mandatory selling point. The places where I sold all of my services, and or where I offered my services to the public. And and the thing simply is that even there, I noticed that, yeah, a lot of occult sellers were shunned. On the one hand, I don't blame other people. I don't blame the ones that do so, because the occult in general, occultists in general are scammers and whatnot. That's the simplest way the average person thinks. And yeah, so they automatically included me in that whole debacle. They automatically included me in that group of people. And I noticed that, when interacting on Fiverr forums, on forums that were erected for the marketplace for the company, people automatically assume the worst about you. And of course, that doesn't bode well, especially within a commercial or within an industrial or just within a business context. Literally within a business context. Imagine doing business as an occultist and not being able to go about doing the simplest of things properly because of this. That's one example. Another example is that a lot of, for example, payment processing companies, we're talking about credit card processors, payment processors like PayPal and so on. A lot of them don't want to work with occultists or want to work with people that offer spell casting work or related spell casting work or related. A lot of people don't want to do stuff like that. Due to high chargebacks, you name it, a bunch of problems, and them also gaining a bad reputation. So you can imagine what that is like. Another notable example is a payment processor called Payoneer. I remember last year, a customer made the stupid mistake, and I told them, "Why did you do something like that? I mean, just think for a second." A customer made the stupid mistake of saying that I was just basically, when he made a payment to me, in his description he added work for the archangel, this, and work for the archangel, that. And he did it twice. The first time, of course, the company didn't notice it, but the second time, a customer service representative noticed it, and I was immediately, my account was shut down, and I was flagged as high risk. And when I called them, they didn't want to say anything. When I called them, they didn't say anything. They just didn't want to shoot. They didn't want to say anything. or they didn't want to divulge why that was the case. They simply said something along the lines of, after calling 3 or 4 times, a customer basically made some kind of leftist comment, something along the lines of, the kind of work that you do, blah, 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 the kind of work that you do, etc., etc. Yeah, the kind of work that you do, etc., etc. I'm sorry, sir, the kind of work that you do. And that's it. And then he hung up. And I was like, okay, yeah. So it confirms my suspicions. So you don't get the benefit of a doubt as an occultist, especially commercially speaking. Of course, I have found a way to or ways to make things work for me in my favor, regardless of what happens. But generally speaking, you're automatically at a deficit if you want to do business, and that's also why a lot of occultists out there. That's also why a lot of occultists out there, or people that offer occult-based services, these people are these people they they either choose one way methods of payment like MoneyGram, Western Union. Of course, these methods are legitimate, but they have the reasons for doing so. Aside from the fact that these methods, money wiring services, are quick and easy, they don't have to deal with that negative bias that payment processors have, and so on. So yeah, that's definitely something that I dislike immensely. I mean, it's literally just discrimination. People automatically judge you based on what you do in a negative context, and they automatically assume it to be true. Another example that I can give is where a customer of mine filed a claim, and the payment processor via which she claimed it automatically ruled in her favor, despite the fact that I had evidence. She made bullshit claims or stupid claims, that unjust claims that she made unjust claims that it wasn't that she hadn't received her item, that she didn't receive what she paid for. When I gave literally proof to the opposite, okay, I gave adverse proof. I literally just made screenshots exactly on the dates and times where on my mobile phone within WhatsApp or whatever social media platform we communicated via or through. I just made a screenshot where I literally told her, here's your delivery. Everything, timestamp, date, time, everything is present. And yet the payment processor still ruled in her favor. And I'm not doubting for a second that that is due to or because of the fact of the nature of what I offer. I mean, if what I offered was something tangible, something like a pen or something, then it wouldn't be that much of an issue. But yeah, as you can see for yourself, it is an issue. And people that have been in the business for a while will tell you this too. Okay, you're automatically at a deficit, and you're automatically at a disadvantage as an occultist or as someone that offers occult-based services. So yeah, the only that I can give to people, the only advice that I can give to people that want to do stuff like this, or the only advice that I can give to people that are interested in doing something like this is, hang in there and simply keep working at it. You will find ways around it. You will find ways around everything. Okay. If you're in the business long enough, you simply need to adapt on the go, and you need to find ways around it. Simply keep doing your business. So, in short, simply hang in there, persist, be determined. Don't allow, petty things like these to hold you back. There are payment processors out there that do work specifically with people that offer occult related services or services of a psychic nature. Payment processors specifically based in the US and whatnot. But I didn't bother to look too deeply into them. But the mainstream, the most general and well known payment processors will pretty much be negatively biased towards you, especially if you and they won't tell you why or anything like that. They'll just discriminate against you, if you will. But like I said, you simply need to adapt and adjust. On the one hand, I can't blame them because they're generalizing. They're simply making a generalization. They're automatically assuming that you're a scammer or that you're up to no good and that your practice is shady or bordering on fraud or is actual fraud. And even if you're legitimate, they're not going to make the exceptional case, because let's just say roughly estimated only 1 in 10 people are legitimate, the rest is illegitimate, and the rest is indeed are indeed scammers, as most of us know or suspect. So yeah, I definitely understand something. I understand where they're coming from, but on the other hand, if you've provided all of the documentation, then I don't see a problem. I mean, if a person has legitimized themselves, you name it, a person has met all the requirements. I mean, simply make demands. If you're of the opinion that, hey, listen, the chargeback is high and it's a risk-related venture, simply ask that person for extra documents. And if you notice any kind of fraudulent behavior, simply shut down their account, including all the funds they had on it. But yeah, I don't know. Most of these companies are also, that's the problem with big companies. It's like they don't want to make money. It's like they have adverse policies that are a detriment to them. But I don't know. Several factors should come into play. I think most of these companies are either corrupt to the core. We're talking about basic companies. Most companies out there that have 1,000 employees and up. These companies, they make decisions that literally go against their favor, not in their favor. Companies that are a detriment to them. And it's funny because you think that, hey, a company would focus on making as much money as possible. I mean, if I, for example, owned a payment processing company, or I managed it, or I founded a payment processing company, I would simply, I mean, anyone is welcome. I don't give a shit what you do. I don't care what you do and for a living in terms of what you want to make for money, as long as it's not illegal, as long as it literally doesn't doesn't go against international basic laws, something like human trafficking or something to that extent, something crime related. Obviously not. For the rest, I don't care what you want to do, as long as you jump through my hoops and as long as you adhere to my rules, then we don't have a problem or an issue. But I would be stern. I mean, I'd ask people to simply verify everything. I mean, proof of provide. I'd ask them for proof of address, proof of citizenship in their country of residence. So either ID card, passport, or driver's license, you name it. Or I'd ask all three. Proof of address, you name it. Bank statements, if you have a thingy, if you have a bank account, proof that you're registered at your country's chamber of commerce, your local chamber of commerce. I mean, I would request all of these things. I mean, if something happens, okay, if even the slightest, suspicion of fraud comes into play, simply shut down that person's account or suspend that person's account altogether. Problem solved. So I don't see a problem. I mean, with my credit card company, I had to provide all of these things. I had to provide everything: proof of address. I had to provide proof of residence. I simply had to provide all the available documents that I had. I had to also give them my proof that I'm registered at my local chamber of commerce, as proof that I'm a businessman. That I'm an entrepreneur. And I don't mind. I didn't mind any of that. I was called via Skype, and I had to show people my passport, and I simply had a blank screen in front of me, or a black screen, and someone literally just spoke. I was supposed to turn on my camera, and I had to go like this, hold up my passport. Hello, sir. Can you hold up your passport, please? For the rest, I don't see a problem or an issue. I mean, I'd encourage people to come to me for good business. I mean, I'd welcome everyone. I mean, that's basic thinking. Of course, the focus is on making as much money as possible, but again, a lot of companies in this world, I don't know what the hell's happening to these companies. I think these companies have grown so large that they're automatically, as the saying goes, what goes up must come down. So they're automatically just working against themselves, okay, to the point where the company will literally experience a great downfall. What goes up must come down after all. So yeah, it's sad, but yeah. In any case, the people that are experiencing these things, occult vendors or sellers that are experiencing these things, I'd say hang in there and just persist. Keep looking for ways to actually get your business going despite the biases and the prejudices against you as an occult vendor or someone that offers occult based services or psychic services. As long as you're legitimate, of course, like me, as long as you're genuine. To all the scammers out there, I'd say rot in hell and burn in hell and everything. You guys are pieces of shit. Actual shit is worth more, to be honest. And yeah, you're an insult to the craft, if you will. Aside from that, anyone is also more than welcome to ask miscellaneous questions. I do realize that it's early in the morning and that it's Sunday and most people are sleeping. Most people are still sleeping in. That's why I noticed that there are only two people watching this live stream. But I don't mind. I live stream regardless. I'm not going to wait until a later date. I might live stream later again in the day, and I think more people will join in the afternoon. But for the rest, I know that most people, of course, in Europe are already up due to the 5 hour time difference. In Europe, it's already past 1 p.m. I think, or it's in any case, it's already afternoon. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll live stream again later or something. But I simply felt like live streaming, and I thought to myself, I'm just gonna do it now. I'm not gonna wait specifically for someone. I feel like doing it now, and I'm gonna do it. End of story. I'm not going to wait specifically. I'm not that kind of person. If I want to do something now, I simply do it. Two people have replied: Spinosaurus and Homer Simpson. Hello to both of you. Spinosaurus says in Romania it's 2:35 p.m. Yeah, 5 hour time difference. And specifically in your case, it's what, 6 hours. Since here in my location, it's 8:37 a.m. And obviously it's Sunday, so yeah, it's gonna be quiet for the most part of the day. And I do have other things to do, but yeah, even with those other things, I have more than enough free time. So that's not an issue. In any case, to anyone watching this, that's simply the topic that I discussed was very short. I've only been live streaming for 16 minutes. So anyone that wants to ask other miscellaneous questions is more than welcome to do so. And I simply wanted different background, so hence me recording on, or hence me live streaming, sorry, on my balcony. A car is driving by, just ignore it. So yeah, that is pretty much it. So does anyone have any other miscellaneous questions to ask? This stream isn't just about what I discuss. I'm pretty much done with discussing the whole occult discrimination bit. So if anyone has any other questions to ask or any other remarks, Homer Simpson or Spinosaurus, for example, then yeah, you can ask, any other occult related questions or anything that you can possibly think of. Spinosaurus says, what's your favorite astral projection method? I only have one default method for astral projection. And honestly, I'm not too familiar with the fact that there are multiple ways of doing so. There's just one default way, to be honest, that I'm aware of in any case. I'd also like to ask how are you guys doing for the rest? I'm assuming that you guys are doing okay. And Homer Simpson, how is the saving up money for my occult course going, or any of my courses? You told me once that you were saving up money for the occult course, right? I'm assuming that that's going okay. That's going well. Um, Homer Simpson says only $100. Sorry, no, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I mean, based on what you told me, then yeah, you still did well in terms of saving up that kind of money. So yeah, don't worry, just hang in there, and you'll get there. Uh, Spinosaurus, how is your occult, or just the both of you? How are your occult ventures coming along for the rest? I'm assuming that you're capable of finding your way around things. David B has come online. Hello, David B. A familiar face, or a familiar chat face, if you will. Yeah, David B, you've just come online. Long story short, I've discussed occult discrimination and that occult vendors and people that have an interest in the occult phase, especially from a business perspective. For example, being seen as or flagged as high risk and automatically uh, businesses like payment processors that you need in order to run your own business, automatically not giving you the benefit of a doubt as an occult vendor. They automatically see you as a scammer. And I just discussed all of those things. It's a generalization. On the one hand, I do understand them because 9 out of 10 people are scammers that offer psychic services or occult related services. But for the people that are genuine, you can imagine what kind of deficit you are, at what kind of deficit you are, and that it makes things significantly harder. I have experienced this personally myself. Okay, I've experienced this myself on a personal level with credit card companies, for example, automatically flagging me as high risk and me losing my credit card privileges in that way. Simply well-known mainstream payment processors and other related businesses automatically seeing you as illegitimate or just as a scam, like you say. So you can imagine that that makes things significantly harder, if you will. So yeah. Spinosaurus says, I'd like to save money for a dirt bike myself. Uh, yeah, sure, no problem. I mean, I, me, Spinosaurus, me wanting to buy an ATV myself is, yeah, me wanting to buy an ATV myself is also not cheap. Yeah, so you can imagine, even by my standards, it's not cheap. But yeah, you can save it up and you'll get there. Or there are plenty of options. Okay, you can simply buy a second-hand one or a used one. Do as you please. But I'd advise against it. I'm more focused on buying a new one. But you have to make use of it extensively because in my location, buying a new one is like buying a new car, an ATV. So I did put in an inquiry at a local importing company for two ATVs, two-wheel drive ATVs. So we'll see. We'll see what comes of it. David B says, guess it's a good way to get feedback of people that you work with, so people can see the reviews, even though some people can buy them. Yeah. Before you join the conversation, I listed several examples. Example number one, for example, was I remember that Fiverr was where I started my business, and Fiverr is a good marketplace. But I remember that I joined a forum there, a Fiverr forum. It's simply a business hosted forum where sellers come together, and I joined it once, and immediately it was like I was attacked by everyone else. Everyone automatically assumed that I was a scammer, and I was like, seriously? Okay. Another example is that I lost my credit card because a customer was too stupid to the point where a customer actually yeah, a customer actually yeah, excuse the background noise. Someone is just walking past. Yeah. In any case, a a customer simply sent me a payment and he was too stupid for words. Honestly, I'm not speaking ill of customers, but he literally did this twice. He inserted in description payment for the archangel, this or that, and I, despite the fact that I clearly told him to not do so. And the first time the company overlooked it, okay, but the second time a customer representative saw it, and immediately my account was shut down, my credit card, I couldn't use it anymore. And I called them multiple times, and they didn't want to say anything. They just said I went against their terms of services, their TOS. And it was only after I had called 3 or 4 times that I spoke to an employee, and he basically mumbled something along the lines of the kind of sir, it's just the kind of work that you do, and that's it. And then he immediately hung up, and I was like, yeah, okay, so that confirms my suspicions. That simply means that yeah, it's because I'm an occultist. So yeah, simply means that I'm an occultist, and that's why. And I also told that customer of mine, how can you be so dense? I clearly told you to not do this, and yet you still did it. David B says, how did it take to get your cards back? No, I never got it back. Okay, how long did it take to get your card back? I never thing it back. I simply dropped the company and I joined another company. But I, of course, and that company is a bit more tolerant. But I never told them that I'm an occultist or anything like that. They know, but I don't make a point of it in any case, or I don't receive payments directly. So the credit card that I have, I can receive payments, okay, via bank wire and so on, but only to people in the European Union since I have an EU credit card, a Visa, and I use it for spending money, not for receiving payments. So that's that, and that's that. and and yeah, those are notable examples. Another example that I can give is that same customer of mine that made that mistake with the description. He did the same thing again, and I was like, "Holy crap! What the hell is wrong with you?" He was supposed to send me my money via bank wire, and he went to his bank because he went to his bank and his bank immediately, the second they heard my country of residence, they were like, "Are you sure that you're not being scammed?" And he told me he had to convince his bank that he knows me well, because they immediately asked him whether he's a scammer, and they immediately thought that he was being scammed and that it was fraud and so on, and he had to convince them otherwise. And even when he did so, they still held it unjustly, and I was like, "What the fuck? How can they hold your payment? Is that even legal? That can't possibly be legal. They don't have the right to hold your payments." But he didn't think too much on it, but he said they most likely can, otherwise they wouldn't have done it. So they have legal grounds to hold that payment. This was his bank, and it was only after 2 weeks that his bank let go of said payment that they released the payment, because they told him they're going to investigate the they're going to investigate the matter. Guess what he did in the description? He didn't add an occult description. He literally said in his description, "I'm sending my friend his own money." And I was like, "What the fuck is wrong with you? They're going to think that we're practicing money laundering. They're literally going to think that you're laundering money or that I'm laundering money." What kind of person does that? I'm sending a business associate of mine his own money. I told them, don't put anything. Just send the fucking thing, but don't put stupid stuff like that. But yeah, I was like, wow, how dense are you? I mean, you're just too dense. And the money was released after 2 weeks. Yeah, they released it after 2 weeks after the so-called investigation, because I called them and I asked them, "Is there anything that I can do from my part out? For example, provide documentation as evidence. For example, send you my passport or proof of address and all of my bank details, just to prove the legitimacy of this and that it's not anything fraudulent or similar." And they were just like, "No." The customer representative I spoke was one of those stupid receptionist ladies that twirls her hair and just makes bubbles with bubble gum. The kind that you see in movies. You know, you don't come across those kind of people too often. And she sounded so dense, the dumb blonde type. "I'm sorry, sir. No, there's nothing you can do." And I was like, "Oh God, you're so. I mean, how the fuck are you so stupid, man? I mean, seriously. This is the third time that you did something like that." These are all notable examples. Okay, I've been through it, and I simply persisted as always. Nothing is gonna stop me. Not in that regard, especially not with my guys on my side. Oh, Spinosaurus says, I'll buy a new one. I'll buy it when I'm 18 or later, since I'm still 16. Spinosaurus, I think you can buy off-road equipment even if you're underage. 16 is the border limit, though. You need to be at the very least 16 years old. But yeah, it's also a good idea to wait. Meanwhile, you can also save up your money. I mean, in 2 years, you can definitely set more than enough money aside to uh, to buy a new off-roading equipment. For example, like an ATV or something. You can like a dirt bike, like you intend on doing so. Victor G has joined us. Sherman Rant again. No, Victor G. I was discussing. I was discussing occult discrimination, especially as an occult vendor. In short, that basically the business world doesn't take occult sellers seriously. Occults or people offering occult-based services, and that you're automatically discriminated against, and that there's a bias towards them. And for example, people like me, that you're a scammer, and therefore a lot of companies, for example, that you generally speaking need to work with in order to sell yourself and put yourself on the market, for example, payment processors, etc., that these companies automatically discriminate against you and don't want to do business with you because they flag you as high risk and whatnot. That's what the stream was about. And I've repeated myself twice, but that's okay. The benefit is that I've repeated myself twice, but the benefit is that it's not something that a lot can be said about. So I can easily repeat myself for people that are only just coming online. But yeah, you're telling me yourself that you get the idea, you get the gist. Homer Simpson is asking me, is it possible to scry in a computer screen? Yeah, it is capable. It is possible to scry in a computer screen, but you need to also be aware of the fact that it's harder because you can see your own reflection. You're not supposed to see your own reflection, but yeah, it's possible to scry in any screen. You can scry in a well, in a bucket of water, for God's sake. Anything that has a blank reflection. I mean, you can scry even with your reflection, but it will make it harder because your reflection might distract you. The container and contents, I haven't seen you in a while. Computer screens are scrying mirrors, or so I heard. Yes, anything can be a scrying mirror. Anything that has a reflection. A piece of glass can be a scrying mirror. Uh, David B says, do you think that the occult surface market is oversaturated? No, not really. Not when you take into account that 80% of the occult people on the occult market are scammers. It's a generalization. And David B also says PayPal does that, I think, in reference to my comment on suspending payments. No, PayPal isn't the only one that does so. PayPal is by far not the only one that does so. Yeah, PayPal is by far not the only company that does so, okay? Uh, Most major payment processing companies have that problem. And the reason is that with a lot of companies nowadays, you're at their mercy. With a lot of companies, okay, you might not be aware of it, but something as simple as your cell phone or internet provider or your mobile network provider makes it so that you're at their mercy, completely at their mercy. So, for example, if they shut you down, if your internet provider shuts you down, there's pretty much nothing you can do. The only thing that you can do is, for example, not pay them. But for example, a company like Fiverr, just a company, any company, Fiverr is just one example. Any company, Etsy, any company on which you're a vendor and you offer your services. The thing is that with most of these companies, you're completely at their mercy. If these companies all of a sudden, let's just say you've made $1,000 in revenue, and all of a sudden you log into your interface and you see that you can't log in. They either deleted your account and all of your payments have been suspended. So they basically took your money. And the thing is that there's nothing you can do, especially if you're someone that lives abroad. You don't live in a country where they have an office based or a headquarters based. Filing a lawsuit against them is going to be very difficult to do so, and it's going to be a lengthy process. So yeah, you're at a loss automatically, and that's also why these companies have literally tremendous difficulty in. They deliberately do so. They have no real contact methods. Pfeiffer, for example, only has a ticket-based system where you file a complaint by uh, by making up and submitting a ticket to one of their customer service representatives. But for the rest, they have no phone number, they have no email address, they have nothing. They deliberately do this because they know that they're going to be flooded with calls and with emails of all kinds of people having inquiries. So you're literally, the ball is completely in their park. You're literally at their mercy, utterly. Just imagine such a realistic scenario because I've read, back when I was still on the Fiverr forum, I read about stuff like that. And I saw a guy ranting about him being, I saw a guy ranting about him being, about Fiverr taking his money and not responding to his tickets. So yeah, if Fiverr doesn't respond to your tickets, for example, you can make 1,000 tickets and they'll ignore every one of them. They can even delete or simply shut down your ticket interface, the interface via or the platform via which you submit tickets, and then it's over. There's nothing you can do. So even if you wanted to file a lawsuit against them, they're still a big company and they still have fancy lawyers that will try to find a loophole. So yeah, you are automatically at their mercy, and this is the case for a lot of companies. Okay, locally as well as internationally. Victor Jesus, pretty much because of the massive amount of what we spoke last night, fortune tellers or old ladies locked in some underground rooms doing black magic shit, taking people's money for all sorts of questionable services. David B says, when you browse Fiverr, are you able to spot a scammer instantly? Pretty much, yeah. David B says, yeah, there's always that 1% chance of anything happening, even with a job and so on. The container and content says PayPal are absolute fuckers. You can hear endless stories of them robbing people too, freezing accounts, robbing you. Yeah, I agree. I agree with all the things you guys said, okay? The container and contents, definitely. Most people out there don't like PayPal. The only reason that most people use PayPal, including me, is for convenience's sake. It's literally like sending a text message, sending money text message wise. All you have to do is just click once or twice and boom, you've got your money. But I'm aware of it, okay? I'm perfectly aware of it. I once had a customer that paid me a substantial amount of money, and this was last year. And she was disappointed because she wasn't satisfied with the outcome of my work for her, despite the fact that I explained everything to her in clarity. But she was so disappointed, and as crooked as she was, she filed a claim with PayPal. And guess what? Because of the nature of said working, PayPal gave her all her money back, literally everything back. We're talking about thousands of dollars that she invested in me. And PayPal gave her everything back. I told them it's not coming out of my pocket. You can be sure of that. Okay, so I basically closed my PayPal account and similar, honestly, or I did something similar to that equivalency. I'm not going to go too deeply into that. It's not necessary. But I did something similar to that, and I told myself, no, screw that. Okay, I'm not gonna dance by people's bullshit rules because it's nonsense. People automatically. The thing is that she simply requested for the money back, and I told her no. And I provided proof in the form of screenshots. Okay, we're talking about screenshots on WhatsApp, where I openly told her, literally, here you go, this is your order, because the claim that she made was that she hadn't received her item, and it clearly says, here is your delivery, boom, with the link and everything, and she says, thank you, I'll take a look at it later, boom. And yet PayPal still ruled in her favor. And it defied all logic, but I could automatically come to the conclusion that PayPal ruled in her favor because, because of the nature of the service. What I offered was a cult in nature, or it was something clandestine. I think PayPal would have ruled in my favor. It was if it were something tangible, like a pen or something of a physical nature. And yeah, PayPal simply abused, literally, it's like people get a chance to abuse the platform, to be honest. PayPal simply unjustly ruled in her favor, and a person that knew of it told me that they couldn't believe it because there was also someone that was basically a witness, an intermediary, and he told me that he literally cannot believe that PayPal ruled in her favor, despite the fact that she didn't provide any kind of evidence. She didn't do anything, and yet they still ruled in her favor. And you know, he told me we provided so much evidence and yet they still ruled in our favor. I mean, they literally just, PayPal is simply abusing their power. And yeah, I mean, all you have to do is literally look up PayPal reviews online and you'll see thousands upon thousands of stories about people complaining about PayPal, that PayPal are crooks and that PayPal simply took their money for no legitimate reason. And PayPal literally doesn't do anything. PayPal doesn't offer anything in the way of an explanation. And that's also why it's ridiculously hard to contact PayPal. They do have a phone number, but unless you're knowledgeable on how to reach an agent, their choice menu is hell. I remember when I first had to call them, I literally had to look it up online, and after hours of digging, I was able to find a PayPal representative that answered someone's question online in terms of reaching them, and he gave specific instructions. Long story short, when you call them, after going through the choice menu, after 5 minutes, you need to keep saying agent. The automated voice message will keep asking you questions, and you need to repeat agent 2 or 3 times. And only then will they patch you through to an agent. So, yeah, reaching PayPal alone via phone is going to take at least half an hour. So, yeah, uh-uh. The container and content says, indeed, PayPal so fast they robbed me 3 times though. David B says, I think I'd get a borderline heart attack seeing my money just disappear out of my PayPal account by someone who claimed it even though it wasn't valid. Yeah, exactly. But that's my point, okay? Unfortunately, we've reached a breaking point in global society where a breaking point where a lot of us are ridiculously dependent and are at the mercy of big companies. Imagine you working for a company and that company paying you via PayPal. That company says, okay, you're going to start with $2,000 a month. We're going to pay you via PayPal. There is no other method to pay you. We've set up a PayPal account for you with the company's name as an attachment. And the company sends you your money, and all of a sudden, PayPal holds that money. What are you going to do then? How are you going to eat? How are you going to pay for your mundane expenses? Just general groceries and errands that you need to run. It's literally debt. It's a death sentence. Especially if the company that you work for literally won't tackle the problem and pay you your salary in cash or something. If your company says, "I'm sorry, we pay via PayPal," if there's a problem with extracting or withdrawing your money, then you need to talk to them. But it says in our contract or agreement that you signed, it clearly states that we're not responsible. So we're washing our hands clean of this matter. It's literally a death sentence. I mean, even in a traditional context, the company that you work for, let's just say the company really wants to fuck you up. The company really wants to mess with you, and they can easily just say, "Hey, we're going to hold your money." I've had it. I remember back when not me personally, but I remember observing it back when I worked at a call center, at that call center that most of you know, that I worked at 3 or 4 years ago. There was a girl that had this same issue, and she was really stressed. Okay, the long story short, she worked for the company and she had only just started, and it was her first salary, her first income. They they deposited it. They deposited her salary into her bank account, but there was some problem. The bank did not want to release the funds to her, and it was some kind of lengthy battle, some kind of similar to a custodial battle in terms of getting her money. So it was just going up and down. She went to the call center pointed the finger at the bank. She visited the bank, and the bank pointed the finger at the bank. Literally pointed the finger at the call center. So it was literally just a going back and forth thing. And I just and I saw how stressed she was. I mean, she immediately became red out of anger, and at some point she literally almost came close to begging us for money. I mean, she just asked us for money. She didn't want to, but I saw that she felt ashamed slightly, and she literally just felt humiliated somewhat. She felt caught between a rock and a hard place, and she just asked us for what, first $100, and no one replied. This was back when we all walked to the bus stop because we took the bus. So she asked for $100 first, and they didn't reply. No one said anything. After that, she lowered the amount and she asked for $50, and I just gave her, not out of pity, but because I understood her situation, and I told her, "You don't have to pay me back," but she told me she'd pay me back as quickly as possible, and I told her, "No, don't worry about it. It's okay. I told you, don't have to pay me back. Okay, I understand your situation." So yeah, I understand, because she had bills to pay, but you can't come to work if you can't cover the basic expenses. I mean, this goes for all of us. Basic things. If you own a car, if you either own a car or you use public transportation, whether you use the subway or you use a bus or the tram or the train or whatever you use. I mean, just imagine it. You make $2,000, $3,000 a month, and your general commuting expenses, so going to work and going back home, vice versa, is $300. How do you do something like that if you're not paid? You can't go to work even. If you can't even buy basic things, how are you going to groom yourself so that you can come to work in a normal fashion? How are you going to buy toothpaste to brush your teeth when you can't even brush your teeth because you don't have money, because the company that you work for didn't pay you, or for some reason they suspended your money? You're automatically at a deficit. So you're pretty much at the mercy of the company. You're automatically, as an employee, you're automatically dependent for the most part towards your employer. And yeah, if your employer wants to be a hard ass and goes like this, "We're gonna fuck with you now." Okay, that's basically what the CEO of the company says. It's a power structure or a hierarchy, and they automatically just say, "Yeah, screw this. We're going to suspend you, or we're going to suspend you without pay. We're gonna dock your pay." What are you gonna do? You've got a huge problem trying to, unless you have something saved up for a rainy day, which I advise to most of you. Even I need to take my own advice, and I need to set some money aside as a rainy day fund. Which I think I'm going to start this month since I'm talking about it. I need to remind myself to not forget. Then yeah, you're in huge trouble, okay? Because you have no money to fall back on. You have no rainy day fund. You don't have any money to fall back on in case of emergencies, to pay the bills, etc. So you're automatically in deep shit. Okay. So I advise all of you that want to take this advice, of course. I don't know, even if it's $100 a month that you set aside, it will build up over years, and that way, if something happens, you're not left with nothing. But you've got plenty of people out there. I think most people just live paycheck to paycheck. So yeah, these people have nothing to fall back on. So they're automatically screwed if the company tries to screw them in its turn. David B says that was really nice of you, and your PayPal is holding your money. Terrible. That's why I think the best thing to do is try to become financially independent. Having a safe break is a good idea. Yeah, definitely. In my location, for example, banks are ridiculously worthless. I don't work with banks anymore. I do have one bank account. I had two. One was my primary one, and the other one was a backup via which I paid my expenses. I mean, you've got multiple banks here in Suriname. It's still surprising how there are so many banks. There are so many banks here, despite the fact that there aren't even a million people here. You've got what, five or six banks? FINA Bank, that was the bank I work with. The Central Bank of Suriname is Suriname's government-related bank, which regulates the country's treasury or income, all the money that goes through Suriname. You've got what? The Surinamese Bank, DSB abbreviated. And it just goes on. You've got the Agricultural Bank, you have the PCB, it's simply a community bank, uh, uh, a community credit union or something similar. Yeah, David B says treasury and income in between quotation marks. Obviously, yeah, so-called income. In any case, the problem was here. I stopped working with banks because the problem simply was that banks have become too worthless. Okay, didn't used to be this way. But the problem was that back in the day, let's just say 10 years ago, they didn't have any standards. Banks had zero standards. Banks were like all you needed to open up an account was an ID card, proof of legitimization or something similar, proof of ID. And the thing is that as a result, the government took a good deal of a good deal of advantage of the whole matter, and you had a bunch of people that engaged in illegal matters or borderline illegal or fraudulent matters that opened up bank accounts left and right. I mean, you had guys that had 20 bank accounts at different banks, and it was a couple of years ago that the government's bank, the Central Bank of Suriname, basically said, "Nah, there are too many money laundering activity. There is too much money laundering activity taking place, and we need to set some standards." That's good, of course. The bad news is that they went completely overboard to the point where now, if you have to go to a bank, the second you want to do anything over $200 or $300, you automatically you have to provide documented proof of everything. I mean, I'm serious, okay? And pretty much every person out there is complaining. Every businessman or businesswoman is complaining. That's just an example. And I'm not someone that talks a lot, okay? After my primary bank started acting like a piece of shit, I automatically just closed off the account. I said to myself, I'm not going to talk a lot. I called the cap, hey, to the bank. Hello, I'd like to terminate my bank account. Why? I'm unhappy with your services, period. Is that clear? Okay. Boom, I closed my bank account. End of story. So that's simply an example, okay? That's what I mean. Um, for everything, okay? Um, I'm not kidding. We're talking about the simplest of things. If you want to deposit your money, for example, let's just say you want to deposit $1,000 into your bank account, you need to provide alongside basic documents. You need to provide proof of source of funds. So you need to be able to prove where the money is from. So even if you save the money, you'd have to provide some kind of proof. For example, an employer statement. You need to provide something that proves how you obtained said money. If you want to withdraw money from your account, okay, it's your account, your money. You can't even have access to your own money. The second you want to withdraw something, an amount above $300, it's the same thing. You need to provide proof in the terms of what you're going to do with that money, in terms of what you're going to do with that money. So if you want to withdraw $500, $500 or $1,000, you need to come with proof. What are you going to do with that money? You know, so that's obvious bullshit. I can't even have access to my own money, so it's ridiculous. And this goes for cash transactions. Okay, digital transactions aren't so much an issue, but like I mentioned in a previous live streams, the majority of transactions, as worthless as here is, the majority of transactions take place in cash. For the most things here, 90% of things here, you still pay in cash. So you still work with paper money and whatnot. So yeah, it's obvious bullshit. That's another example. Okay, these are all examples of how you're at the mercy. Honestly, let's just say that you get paid by a bank, and all of a sudden your bank decides that, or your bank suspects you of undertaking some kind of fraudulent activity. They automatically suspend your account, and boom, it's like them taking your money. You have nowhere to go. Okay, all of your money. Let's just say all of your savings, everything was in that account. It's like this. It's a disaster. It's not like a disaster. It is a disaster. So yeah, you can imagine what kind of a nightmare that is. That's an outright nightmare. David B says they're looking at you like you're some money launderer or a criminal. LOL. If you want to deposit like $500 or $1,000, yeah, that's pretty much it. That is indeed the case, and it's ridiculous. $500, $1,000. It's ridiculous. Okay, so yeah, just ignore my so-called neighbors. David B says, and you can't set up like a withdrawal limit. No, you can't do anything. The bank literally regulates everything in terms of a limit. David B says, so like you said, $300 is, for example, the maximum. So yeah, so let's just say if you wanted to withdraw $1,500, you'd have to withdraw $300 every day for 5 days. Can you imagine how tedious that is? Imagine going on a trip and you need to withdraw $5,000. Imagine that. Spreading $5,000 evenly across a month's period or something. Withdrawing $300 every day until it reaches $5,000. That's so tedious. That's like 2 weeks or 3 weeks approximately. So yeah, you can imagine what kind of a pain in the ass it is. David B says, are credit card terminals common in like markets and such? No, 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 no. 99% of the country does not even know what a credit card is. So let alone credit card markets being present. So terminals, so swiping machines and related, where you can do similar things. There's none of that here. Forget any of that. The container and content says cash is king. I don't have a bank account. I use Bitcoin and friends' accounts when absolutely necessary. So yeah, they're a scam. Yeah, they are a scam. It's a huge scam. Okay, make no mistake. It's a huge fucking scam. Yeah, I really don't know what to say. It's a huge scam. I don't like it any more than you guys do. But this is the case globally. This is the case globally. That's the case with most businesses out there. You're completely at their mercy for financial transactions, to be honest. It doesn't matter which method you try to choose, there is always some form of dependency. So if one of them decides to screw you over, then yeah, you've got a problem, especially if you don't have a source of backup, if you don't have a backup fund or anything, if you don't have a rainy day saved up, some money set aside. But I also prefer cash transactions now. That way, I also have immediate access to my money. I mean, banks, again, my bank, I remember my main bank, right? They used to be a great bank, but that was all the way up until last year. And starting the beginning of this new year, the bank has gone completely downhill. I remember customers sending me payments via bank wire, and literally a week going by, over a week going by, and I still haven't received said payment. And when I call them, they can't give me any plausible explanation. What they say is basically that all I can do and all they can do is just wait for the payment. And I was like, no, that's bullshit. And then I have to run after my own money, because then I have to communicate back and forth with my customer, and I have to tell them, hey, listen, can you check to see if that payment has been rejected or something happened, because it's been a week and I still don't have my money. And it turns out that this happened, that happened. And of course, my customer is also a bit agitated. It doesn't make a good impression on him because now he basically has to jump through extra hoops just to make a payment to me for services, which of course is not. I mean, I know what it's like because I myself wouldn't like to do it. I favor convenience, so I literally just want to pay you if I pay you for something and be done with it. But it's so annoying when that's the only reason people use PayPal mainly. But you can imagine what it's like if I buy something. Let's just say I buy a laptop, for example, online, and then all of a sudden the seller says that he hasn't received the payment, and now I need to do additional work by checking to see what happened exactly to that payment, by calling my bank and asking them what happened to that payment. It's annoying. It demoralizes me, and it demoralizes any buyer. In the sense of, hey, you don't want to buy that item anymore. In my example, I wouldn't want to. I still want the laptop, but I wouldn't be willing to go through all the extra trouble. I mean, I would, but it all depends on how badly I need and want the laptop. I mean, if I don't want it, for example, then I'd easily go to another seller. I'd say, nah, screw this. Okay, I'm simply going to. I want a refund, and I'll go to another seller. It's all about convenience. People want convenience. People want things to be done as easily as possible, and items to be offered to them, things to be sold to them as easily as possible. It's no different with me. When I buy stuff via eBay and so on, I literally just want to pay and then I'm done with it. I remember that I wanted to buy a red version of this Nike polo shirt. It's not a polo shirt, just this Nike shirt. I have several of them in case you haven't noticed. I have a black one, a white one, a blue one, a a I think a beige one that's brownish, red brownish, and I wanted a completely red one of this. But when I tried to buy it on eBay, nothing happened. Okay, I couldn't order it. I mean, I tried 3 times via PayPal, and the seller kept telling me that PayPal keeps holding the payment. It keeps staying on status pending, and I just had enough of it. I told them the only reason I tried 3 times to begin with is because the only time the only reason I tried 3 times to begin with is because I really wanted that shirt, and I can't find that shirt anywhere else. But I told them I'm gonna try one last time, and if it doesn't work out, then I'm simply filing a dispute at PayPal to get my money back, and regardless of whether he wants to agree to it or not, and I'm done with it. Then I don't want that shirt that badly. And he apologized and he simply told me, I'm sorry, I have no idea why you can't purchase this item. I have no idea. Every other customer is capable of simply buying things from me, blah blah blah. And when I filed the dispute via PayPal, a claim, he automatically just agreed to it, and I got my money back. It was like $40-50. But yeah, that's just another notable example. Okay, David B says, but isn't it borderlining with some very privacy attacks, like asking you why you need your $500 for? Yeah, of course it's borderline privacy attacks, but yeah, that's the case. Unfortunately, like I said, you're at their mercy. So what are you gonna do? Disagree with them? If you disagree with them, then you're not seeing your money. You're not getting your money back. Period. David B says that's so headache and stuff inducing. Yeah, it is headache inducing. Imagine going through stuff like that. I've been through stuff like this, and I know how annoying it is. Okay, you just become fed up after a while. You literally become fed up to a certain extent. By the way, anyone else is more than welcome to ask occult related questions. Like I said, I'm done with. It's a short topic that I simply covered in the beginning relating to you being at a deficit as an occult seller, and it's literally like racism. Okay, you're automatically at a deficit if you're an occult vendor. In the sense that companies you need to work with in order to set up payments and things you need for your business to get going properly. In order to be a well-functioning business, you're automatically at a setback compared to you're automatically at a setback compared to um, compared to a regular seller, because of the bad reputation that occult sellers have for being fraudulent and whatnot. So yeah, on the one hand, I understand these companies for flagging someone like that as a high risk because they can't make an exception for the one person that is legitimate like me. 9 out of 10 occult sellers or occult vendors are or fraudulent. Period. It's a generalization. It's like a stigma, but a just stigma. So yeah, they work with the majority. They're not going to take the chance or a gamble on you being legitimate when it's been proven that 9 out of 10 times that's not the case, because they also gain a bad name and reputation, and it's nothing but a headache for them. So they prefer to choose to not have that headache and simply refuse to offer you their services or refuse to work with you as a seller. So I understand them on the one hand, but on the other hand, I shouldn't be the victim of such a stigma. I mean, it's like racism, It's like saying that all black people are worthless. I still judge someone based on their character, not because someone's going to be black. Automatically, I say, oh, well, no, no, that person is a piece of shit because he's black. Despite the fact that generally speaking, we all know that black people aren't exactly the most valuable of individuals, ethnically speaking. But that's just an example. But still, that doesn't mean that automatically every person I see is a dumb nigger. Oh, oh, stupid nigger. No, no. Every best friend I've had in my life has been black, with the exception of one, which was Indian. So yeah, not one of my best friends has ever been white or something. No. So that's just an example. I mean, if they set high standards, then I don't see an issue. Like I said, with my credit card company, when I had my EU credit card, when I applied for it, I had to I had to hand in a bunch of documents, proof of my being registered at my local chamber of commerce, proof of address, proof of residence, ID card, passport, everything. They scheduled a Skype session with me and they turned off their camera. I was supposed to turn my camera on. And they simply called me at a certain point, and I was supposed to hold up my passport like this to prove like my legitimacy, and I was supposed to zoom it in like this. You name it. I did all of it. Not once did I complain. I did everything. Okay. All the legwork, all the documents that needed signing. I did everything without question because I understood it. Yeah. They have the right to offer to make such high demands. And as long as you make these high demands, I don't see a problem. If I own the company, I don't care. I'm not going to judge someone automatically based on what they do for a living. I don't care what you do for a living. I want to make money as much as possible. I simply set high standards just to prove that you're serious. I set high standards for you. If you want to do business with me, I'm a money wiring company like MoneyGram, Western Union, or I'm a payment processor. I welcome you. I'll encourage you even by telling you to open up an account with me so that you don't have to go through the same tedious process over and over again. I literally just say, welcome to here. You can do business with me. Welcome to Marino Ravenberg Incorporated, blah, 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 blah. These are the requirements that you need to meet. I don't care about what you do. So I don't care. The second you do something fraudulent, I'm very stern and very strict. The second you do something fraudulent, I immediately just close you off. End of story. Problem solved. Your account gets closed off. Any money, any funds that you have on it will automatically be closed off, and I'll introduce that too, or I'll add that to in my terms of service section. You agree by becoming a customer, you automatically agree to everything. So yeah, there's nothing else that you have to worry about or anything that you have to do. There's nothing that you have to worry about. You name it. I mean, you can just go on and on and on and on and on. If just one thing goes wrong, if I notice just once that you committed to some kind of fraud or anything like that, or if your account is under fraudulent, under suspicion of fraud, I immediately suspend your account. Problem solved. I don't see the issue. My point is that I want to make as much money as possible. If the authorities step to me, like the police or something, regardless of where I live, any authority, I have all of your information on file. I have your address, I have your ID card, your passport, I have everything, and I can immediately hand it over to them as a means of compliance. So yeah, problem solved. So I don't see the issue. But unfortunately, most companies out there, it's like they don't want to make money. They have an ad first policy. I mean, their policies literally contradict basic business doing. It's like they're saying to fuck off, go away. We don't want your business. That's their way of working nowadays. I think a bunch of reasons, a bunch of factors play a role. A lot of these companies have grown so large that most decisions are made automatically, by an automated system or something, not by someone that actually chooses quality over quantity. No. Picture Jesus is something in Suriname working properly. That's a good question. Finding something in Suriname that works properly is literally like trying to find a needle in a haystack, honestly. I think the one or two things that work properly here are things that are operated and maintained by foreigners. And that makes sense, of course, specifically Europeans. David B says, what are the most common red flags of an occult trend that you've noticed so far? Red flags. I have an article on this. Okay, common red flags for someone that is an occult seller. So basically, how to recognize a scammer. I have an article on that. Hold on, I'll just share it in the thing in the chat section. It's a good question, of course. Yeah, this is the article. Yeah, this is the article. Basic ways to recognize a scammer or someone that is fraudulent. You know, an occult seller that's fraudulent, someone that's a scammer. The basic things that is that a person either doesn't use his or her real name. A person has some kind of stupid name like Lady Mababa or Novogo. That's number one. Point number two is that that person, generally speaking, comes from a country that isn't doesn't have a reputable reputation or that is notorious for having scammers or fraudulent activity like Nigeria or someone. Not bashing on Nigeria. I'm just saying. I'm just listing an example. Or like Suriname, you know, Papua New Guinea. But I'm an obvious exception. Point three is that someone like that doesn't explain in detail what he or she does or is incapable of doing so. Point four is that that person doesn't really have any kind of credibility. You know, if you look that person up, that person has nothing. You can't find any information on that person anywhere. Point five is Point five is that this person has no real payment method set up or anything like that. You know, that person doesn't have any kind of terms of service or any conditions under which that person works. And it just goes on. These are all notable examples, okay? Scammers don't work like this. Scammers usually have fake names. They don't explain what they do in detail. They just come up with a bunch of bullshit that you can look up online. They have no credibility, no background checks on them will yield nothing. They're as clandestine as possible. They don't divulge anything, not their address, not anything. I've told people always, okay, what's the thing with me? Morino Ravenberg is my full name. I have nothing to hide. I can show you guys everything. I've showed on live streams. I've shown you guys my passport when the conversation came up. I can show you guys my ID card, my driver's license. Everyone sees where I live. My address is registered on Google fucking Maps and it's shared. If you look me up online, you'll find everything you want to know about me pretty much. My website, everything that hints at credibility. You can see my actual country of residence. I've mentioned it multiple times. I've also mentioned my disdain for it multiple times. I have mentioned everything that you can mention. I literally have nothing to hide. I've shown people in videos my house, what my house looks like, interior as well as exterior. I have nothing, and I mean nothing to hide whatsoever. You name it. I explain in detail what I do and every aspect of what I do. Literally, no one has been able to make the comment in the sense of Morino Ravenberg can't answer me correctly or he can't give me a clear cut detail. Always, and I will always be able to give someone a clear cut detail. If I don't know, then I'm openly going to say I don't know. Period. Because of such a reason. And even then I elaborate on why I don't know. Oh. Homer Simpson is asking me, are angels and infernals friendly towards each other? For example, Satan and Samael. Yes. The rule of as above, so below applies. Okay, all of them are cut from the same cloth, so to speak. So again, it is simply a myth, and it's basically some kind of cartoonized or ignorant myth that angels and demons hate each other. Angels rule over demons by default, and we all fall under God. So hating each other would not make the slightest of sense. I mean, they can personally simply dislike each other depending on whom, the same way people dislike each other. But even then, they simply are capable of communicating with each other perfectly, especially when it comes to the operator, when it comes to a magician. Okay, it's all about the magician. So even if it's generally speaking not present, but even in the rare cases that something like that would be present, they care about the operator. They're working towards you as a magician. So they obviously set any differences they have aside. But generally speaking, that's not the case at all. It's not the case at all. Okay, like I said, as above, so below. They all belong to the same family, quote unquote family, if you will. So that's bullshit. There is no such thing as grudges and so on in the spirit world. Spirits are above that. Those are petty human traits. But grudges don't really exist. They're non-existent, especially to elevated spirits or celestial spirits and infernal spirits of such an ascendant nature. David B says, but I think there's still some competition amongst them. Yeah, there's still some competition. Listen, in the world, it's constantly a rise and fall. Okay, and that includes for businesses. A business that has been prominent for the past years, it's only a matter of time before that business comes crashing down and only is a shadow of its former self. And at the same time, another so-called superpower of a company will slowly start to rise up. And the cycle just repeats itself. It's the same thing with civilizations. The same thing. Everyone has their rise and their fall, pretty much, so to speak. David B says, I wonder how many I can find on Fiverr. Listen, the thing with Fiverr is that you'll find plenty. God, without even trying, you'll find so many of them. And it's obvious that it's a scam, okay? They offer services for $5. I'll give you superpowers for $5. I remember back when I wanted to laugh a bit, right? Back when I wanted to have a good laugh, I simply went to Fiverr and I went to the spirituality section. And I just laughed so hard. I'll give you superpowers for $5. I'll read someone's mind for $5. I was like, okay. The thing is that Fiverr is actually a smart business. Fiverr doesn't really care about any of these things. Fiverr is owned and maintained by Jews. Fiverr is an Israeli company, for those of you that aren't unaware of it. Their headquarters are based in Tel Aviv, in Israel. They also have an office in the US, but that's it. Okay. LOL, exactly. I also found that I will read someone's mind for $5. Yeah, David B. But yeah, that's the thing with Fiverr, and actually, it's quite smart. The reason I love Fiverr, I like Fiverr to begin with. The reason I love Fiverr to begin with is because Fiverr is the only company that literally works globally. It doesn't matter what kind of shithole you live in, like Suriname. Fiverr is the only company, aside from that, Fiverr is the only company that offers withdrawals of funds via bank account, and they send you your own credit card. So that's what I like about Fiverr. Fiverr is definitely exceptional in that regard. But yeah, the same way that they're exceptional on a positive note, they're also exceptional on a negative note, adversely. Fiverr it doesn't really care about what happens on its platform. It doesn't care it pretty much doesn't care about who's genuine and who's legitimate as well as who's fraudulent and whatnot. They only care about making as much money as possible. And they know that the second that they start actually making demands that will see to it that not many people or not many sellers will join in, they'll automatically know that they'll lose money. So they opt for quantity, not quality. Otherwise, if Fiverr was serious, then Fiverr would ask a bunch of documents from any vendor. For example, if I wanted to open up a gig, Fiverr would ask me for any kind of credibility or proof of address, proof of if I wanted to register with them, proof of address, proof of income, you name it, proof of doing what I do, any kind of documentation or certificates, anything. Fiverr doesn't ask for any of these things. Okay, I mean Fiverr. The last time I checked, they have increased their standards a bit, but not nearly to the point where you need documentation or anything, because they know that that way they get as little sellers as possible. They only get real people that want to sell something, and not a lot of people will do that. So they literally opt for quantity over quality. And as a result, you have a bunch of their platform is like a breeding ground for scammers. You have so many users on there. Okay, I think you have millions of users on Fiverr. We're talking about sellers, people that offer that offer items for sale. And I understand them because from a perspective, they're right. No one is forcing you to buy from these sellers. If you get scammed, then that's on your own plate. That's your own fault. You need to see to it that you're not getting scammed, and you need to be alert. So yeah, that's pretty much things that you need to keep in mind regarding Fiverr. None of the other platforms do that. None of the other platforms do so. I mean, literally none of them. I mean, Etsy doesn't do so. None of the online platforms where you can sell actually does that because they're either flagged you as fraudulent or something similar. Others limit their audience to the US only. You name it. It all depends. Okay, I'm pure quality, not quantity. So hence that. But Jews are good at making money. So yeah, they Fiverr is a Jewish company, or it was at least founded by Jews. Not that I have anything against Jews. I love Jews and their money making ability, but yeah, Fiverr specifically focuses on making money. They don't care about how fraudulent their seller base is or how reputable they are. They don't give a shit about any of that. They only care about making money. If you get scammed, then that's your own problem. They'll be of the opinion that yeah, you should have paid attention better. So yeah, Fiverr is as convenient as it is controversial. But yeah, you can't have the good without the bad. The bad. So what do you expect? Victor Jesus, what's your top occult literature materials? What are your top occult literature or materials that influence you the most? Nothing really. My work is just on the go work. I published my first article with Samael, and after that it was Clowneck, and I simply took it from there. You know, when I summoned spirits for customers, I came into contact with different spirits, and I paid attention to. I summoned different fucking thingies. Stupid bee. David B, you're a bee. Just mess with me and I killed it. I hope the rest doesn't come after me. Okay. Um, yeah, so generally speaking, that is the case. Fiverr is as controversial as it is convenient. Uh, yeah, the problem is that due to all the vegetation, due to the fact that I'm surrounded by vegetation pretty much, you have a lot of insects and annoying thingy. You have a lot of insects and annoying bugs like bees that build hives, on the gutter of my roof and whatnot. There's a bee nest right there in the corner. That bulb that you see there, where my finger is pointing at, that's a bee's hive. Okay, that's where that one bee came from. And there's also another hive I think out back. I'm a live and let live kind of guy, so as long as they don't bother me, we don't have an issue. But the second they bother me is the second that I'm gonna burn that fucking thing. End of story. Oh, Victor Jesus, I meant which literature that you read influenced you the most, the material that improved, inspired you to be a better occultist. Nothing really. I'm not gonna lie to you. There is no specific material that influenced me or anything relating to that. There's nothing exceptional, Victor G, that influenced me. A book that basically inspired me so much. Nah, I think the only book that would come close to it would be Summoning Spirits by Konstantinos. David B says, by the way, you have no need for an AC at the moment. Nah, it's 9:39 a.m. So it's still a bit cold outside. Not cold, but let's just say lukewarm. It's not really hot. Okay, Google, current temperature. Listen,
The present temperature in Danu Grand is 29 degrees Celsius. Due to the current humidity, it feels like it's 33.
33 is still relatively okay. Okay, 33 degrees. It's not that hot. I mean, it's not hot. It's just relatively warm. It will get hotter. Uh, it will get hotter later on. Okay, believe me. Later in the day, temperatures might reach 40 degrees. So that's nothing, Victor G. Victor G is saying that 29 is considered cold there. Shit. Yes, exactly. Why do you think one of the many reasons that I hate it here so much too is the ridiculous humidity. It's so fucking hot. I mean, that's also why I spend most of my time inside. If you don't have an air conditioner, then you're screwed pretty much. David Beza's prediction reading about next 12 months of your life plus free life path reading 465 euros. Yeah, exactly. That's my point. Haha. Hopefully, no swarm will come back. Nah. Like I said, I'm gonna burn their asses if they come back. Uh, Homer Simpson says, "Does your natal chart show you how you will die? If so, can you prevent the way you can you prevent dying the way it's said that you'll die? For example, if you die in an accident, can you change the way you die? No, not really. No, everything is predestined, so you can avoid your destiny. So yeah, so that's it. So yeah, this is nothing. Okay, 29 degrees is nothing. It's still early here. In the morning time, it's still relatively cold, or relatively cold. Cold by local standards. I mean, later in the afternoon at 12 p.m. or 2 p.m., all hell will start breaking loose. And if you come outside, it's literally fucking 40 degrees or some shit. So yeah. So yeah, it's pretty much it in relation to occult sellers. Most of these guys are scammers, you know. They simply try to take advantage of people that are vulnerable. David B says, when I read your chart, it said you're going to have a sudden slash accident that's concerning, especially when you do those adrenaline sports. Yeah, I looked into it in detail. I think last time I checked or similar, I'm going to crash my car at a high speed against a tree or something, and that's how I'll die. My death will be sudden, okay, and also by accident. You know, I'm a live by the sword, die by the sword kind of guy. So yeah. But my death will also be sudden, so no pain. That will be literally boom. And I prefer it that way. It's obviously much better than suffering for an extended amount of time from some disease or some shit. Nah. So yeah, I know. I already did my. I like I said, I can also tell people how they're going to die. I've done it for people, you know, via horary astrology. So yeah, you can predict, so to speak, when you're gonna die. David B says, do you think it's reasonable to be afraid of death? Not at all. The reason that I'm not afraid of death is because I know what I know. As an occultist, I have an idea, at the very least, an accurate notion or idea on, you know, what's to come if I die, what will happen. So I know it's simply passing on to the. It's literally just shedding my body, physical body, similar to, you know, taking off one's clothes. So yeah, I have an accurate idea on that. So it's not something that I'm worried about, not even remotely. As a matter of fact, like I said it in a previous live stream, I actually look forward to death. I look forward to death because it basically means that I'll be freed from this fucking mortal coil. Uh, because yeah, the material world is basically holding you back in terms of ascendant or ascending. I mean, once I die physically, my physical body will no longer be a detriment, and I won't have my physical body and the material plane holding me back, so I can continue to ascend to the point of being as close to God as one can possibly be. That's also why. Why do you think that spirits, especially celestial spirits, hate the material plane? Like I said, the material plane is literally like the lowest of the low for them. It's like the ghetto. They'll only come when it's worth their time. Homer Simpson says, what will happen when the astral body dies? When your astral body dies, then your soul is the only thing that's left, and your soul will reunite with God, so to speak, or is will directly be dealt with by God. But yeah, your soul is part of God. It's a tiny sliver of God. Uh, Hold on, I have an article on it, so I'm trying to see what I. All right, remember composition. Yeah. Hold on, Homer Simpson. I will. Hold on. I will. This is read this article if you want. Homer Simpson, spiritual composition of man. In that, I explain exactly what man is comprised of. Assuming that you haven't read it already. Uh, so yeah, but of course you have people naturally. Okay, people that are superficial and so on, or people that are afraid of death. There are people that are simply so scared of fucking death. It's also normal. Okay, basically, let's just say generally speaking, astrologically speaking, if Saturn is in the eighth house, someone that's born under Saturn in the eighth house is scared as fuck of death. Okay, that's what generally speaking Saturn in the eighth house means. Saturn deals with fears and uneasiness and just general fear of certain subject matters. And Saturn in the eighth, I mean, the house of Scorpio, the eighth house rules. One of the things it rules over is death. So yeah, Saturn in the eighth house. People that were born under Saturn in the eighth are scared as fuck of death. These people are so terrified. Adversely, people that have Saturn in the second house are people that are, since the second house, the house that Taurus rules over, deals with financial income and material possessions. uh, for one, people that have Saturn in the second house are people that are terrified of death, terrified of becoming poor. People that have Saturn in the second house are so scared of being broke and of being poor that it gives them nightmares. David B says, is there any reason why that is to be so afraid of it? I mean, it's natural. So yeah, it's natural. But a lot of people live in denial. They don't want to accept it. They just don't. And people that generally speaking have an impulsive fear of things like these. As an example, these are people that were born under Saturn in the eighth, in any case, or have a similar character trait. It's simply a character trait, fear of death. In my case, for example, I was born under Saturn in the 11th. The 11th house is the house that Aquarius rules over, and that's the house that deals with. That's the house that deals with social life and large groups of people, just mainstream. And generally speaking, Saturn in the 11th house means that I have a fear of. Simply means that I have a fear of large groups and of mainstream. I'm anti-mainstream, and I'm not too fond of the public. I'm not too fond of the public, which is true, of course, which is completely true. It's completely true. I, I think I generally speaking, I'm not a people person. I'm not too fond of people. I like to distance myself, and I'm not fond of the mainstream. I feel uneasy slightly when being in large groups of people and whatnot. Victor Jesus, can you mention that book again? Summoning Demons by who? Summoning Spirits by Constantinos. That's what the book is called. Hold on. I have reviewed that book in my playlist on book reviews. So yeah, let me just look it up for you. Constantinos. Summoning Spirits by Constantinos. I published that video on. I published it last year in the thingy in what June last year. Here you go. This is the link to the YouTube video. You can save it or add it to your watch later list, and you can hear what I have to say about the book. David B says some people follow religion just for the sake of being afraid of death. Yeah, just for good measure. They're not afraid of death, David B. The thing is that they're specifically afraid of going to hell, eternal damnation. That's what they're afraid of. The fear of eternal damnation is what drives them to go to the church in desperation. Also, people that generally speaking aren't doing well, people that are losers, especially the German in this location. You should see how much of them go to church. They simply flock to church. Like I said, it's easy. The church, it's easy pickings. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. The same way that scammers can easily scam people because they're vulnerable and because they're vulnerable and because they can't see things clearly, they're delusional or otherwise. They're mentally or psychologically vulnerable and ripe for the picking. Um, I mean, it's in that same way, okay? Imagine someone, I'm going to describe the average person in a third world country, someone that's struggling to get by financially, someone who has a good deal of problems, domestic problems, psychological problems, problems of a social, a generic or a general social nature. Imagine being that desperate, you having literally so many issues to deal with that it almost feels like you want to kill yourself, like life isn't worth living anymore. Imagine being how someone like that is so desperate to the point where that person can't see things clearly. That person is incapable of solving his or her own problems. So what do you expect? They flee to the church because the church promises them salvation. The church has come to us and will, a lot of religious organizations say, come to us and Jesus will help you with your problems. Come to us and we'll help you, we'll deal with your issues, or you'll see that your life will become easier, your quality of life will improve. And as stupid and as desperate as they are, okay, believe me, desperation and ignorance are perfect, perfect notions or perfect aspects for someone to take advantage of. David B says, is Suriname a religious country like that, as you said, people practice it in such in a bigger scale? Yeah, but funny how they are seen as religious, but the country is full of crimes and murders. Yeah, it's hypocrisy. What do you expect, David B? I won't say that the majority of Suriname is religious, okay? People aren't vocal about their religion, too vocal, but there has been an increase amongst black people uh, in terms of going to church. And you have a bunch of things here, you have a bunch of congregations here. For example, Tabernacle of Faith, some kind of ministry or some shit, you know. And it's just these people are ripe for the picking. A lot of these guys are also scammers, you know, and they simply use Jesus's name when they're nothing doing nothing but scamming people because they also take, you know, they also have collection plates and they tell someone to, for example, they ask that every person that is capable of paying at least pay, you know, 100 local dollars. That's like $15, 15 American dollars, like what, 12 euros or something. But you can imagine if you have 100 followers and one follower gives you $12 or 12 euros, at the end of the day, or at the end of each sermon or every sermon, you have 1,200 euros. And now imagine holding that same sermon at least 4 times a month. You're already close to 5,000 euros richer. David B. Victor Jesus, I heard Constantinos the first time, but wrote it wrong. Cheers. In all Latin countries are religious. I think most of them to a large or a big extent. They are religious compared to Western society. I mean, in terms of a member of society, there are a lot more religious dudes. Yeah, I mean, I know that compared to the overall population. Yeah. David B says, yeah, but funny. Oh, no, sorry. Rereading it. David B says, I think most people become priests and such just for the money, immune, prestige, fame, and such. Yeah, of course. Like I said, these people are desperate. And then these people will claim that the church is actually helping them, that God is helping them, when that's not the case. Because I can do the same thing. Listen, if I were to open up a congregation and if I were to be able to swoop people off their feet, if I were capable of telling people that you know Jesus is gonna help you solve all your life's problems and so on, these people don't actually offer help, or in the sense that God helps them or Jesus is helping them. They're simply false prophets. They're simply false prophets. The thing with these people is that the majority of them the thing with these people is that the majority of them are that the majority of them simply receive help from the church, and I can help them even better. They simply help them in a basic way in terms of organizing their life. For example, you know, the pastor will give you advice during a meeting in the sense of what do you do for a living, what are the problems that you have at home and whatnot, and the pastor gives basic advice that any person can give. A preacher gives basic advice that any person can give you. I mean, I can give you better advice than that preacher, a lot better advice in terms of try finding better work. Will help you with better work if need be by literally trying to see if we can find a placement for you somewhere, if we can get you a job, you name it. If we have connections that we can get you a job, you name it. All you need to do is provide us with these documents. They simply offer guidance, okay, basic guidance, the same way that a psychologist would offer guidance. And then, as stupid as these people are, these quote unquote people, as stupid as they actually uh, they actually misconstrue that as God helping them. And then when anyone asks them, they'll openly say, "Oh yes, the church has helped. God has helped me so much. I started going to church, and a good deal of my problems have been solved. It's been a year, and I found a better job. Things are going better at home. I managed to afford my own place. Blah 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 blah." Newsflash: that wasn't God. That was just basic advice, dumbass. Victor G says, well, David, that's the case everywhere. If you're truly religious, you don't even need to become a priest. Yes, I agree, obviously. People who are in the church are for some reason considered symbols of being religious. They're the officials. Yeah. It's bullshit. Okay, it's nothing but hypocrisy, okay? What is said in the New Testament isn't something along the lines of, in the New Testament, something along these lines said, when you pray to me during prayer, do not pray in a church or pray in public because hypocrites do so. When thou prayest to me, prayest in solitude because I will see it. Okay. People that generally speaking claim try to pass themselves off as religious are nothing but hypocrites. Yeah. David B says, "Oh, that's rather an interesting verse." Yeah, I can look it up. Okay. I literally remember everything. I read the Bible once, New Testament, Old Testament, and I still remember a good chunk of it. Okay, at the very least, most of it. That's how much an impression it made on me, especially the New Testament, because I understood everything in it. Let me see. Bible verse on. Let me look it up. Bible verse on praying in church, praying in secret. Sorry. King James Bible, Matthew 6. Yeah. Listen to this. But thou, when thou prayest, enter into thy closet, and when thou hast shut thy door, pray to thy Father which is in secret, and thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. Uh, I'm looking, praying in the church, praying in church. I'm trying to find it. Acts. Uh, I can't find that exact verse where he says to not pray in church. In any case, it said that you need to be that people that go to church, people that pray in church, and that literally try to advertise how religious they are by literally screaming it off the top of screaming at the top of their lungs are hypocrites. But that's obvious because that's why God has also said, "Lift up a stone and I'll be there." Okay, I'm everywhere. Even if you're alone, I'm with you all the time. So God isn't confined to a single fucking building. So yeah, that's obvious bullshit. When thou prayest thou alone. Okay, because I will see it. People that generally speaking pass themselves off as religious are full of shit. But yeah. David B says, and they claim they read the Bible, but I think they read some different version of it. Victor Jesus, yeah, using God as a scapegoat is happening on a massive scale. When someone, not only a priest, says something that can be justified by common sense. Yeah, I know. Victor G says they use God as a reason for how an action should be dictated. David B is asking me whether I have some favorite verses of the New Testament. Yes, I definitely do. I have the verses in which God explicitly states his disdain and the level of destruction that he'll bring about. Definitely. Mind sharing? Definitely. It's on my Facebook thingy. Do not think that it's a verse of God that's mentioned. Do not think that I have come to bring peace because I'm here to bring the sword. Hold on, let me look it up. I can find it. I can simply Google, do not think that I came to bring peace. Matthew 10. Yeah, the international version. Yeah, the sword of the gospel. But whoever denies me before men, I will also deny him before my Father in heaven. Do not assume that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I have not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I have come to turn a man against his father, a daughter against her mother, or mother-in-law against her mother-in-law, and it just goes on from there. That's what I'm talking about, definitely. That's my favorite verse, okay? Alongside, it's not a Bible verse. It's a verse that I love from Lord of the Rings about the dragon. What's his name again? Smog, I think. The thing, the desolation of smog at the end when he says, "I am fire, I am death." Definitely, definitely, because that's a realistic thing. Because a lot of take the Jesus, that sounds like God from the Old Testament. Now, God is not only merciful, God is also vengeful. Okay. Now, the New Testament, it's also said this passage is from the New Testament. It is not from the Old Testament because people, I don't know, the bullshit churches and the religious organizations, they they make some kind of a lot of so-called religious people try to make the argument that they're religious or that God is a peaceful God and that God loves us all. A bunch of stupid stuff, okay, when it's completely the opposite. And that God clearly says that in the New Testament. Well, I mean, what God bluntly says, or basically the blunt version of what God says, is that I'm not here to shower you with love and shit. I'm here to literally make you suffer in agony if you cross me wrong or if I don't approve of what you do. And I'm going to make you suffer like the likes of which you've never seen or can possibly even begin to comprehend. That's what God means. I'm here to bring the sword. I'm here to sow discord, chaos, pain, and agony. Definitely. Victor Jesus, yes, I know, but in the Old Testament, he is mainly described as unmerciful and furious, while in the New Testament, there is more of the Jesus logic represented. Yeah, I know. Okay, the Old Testament is more. The Old Testament is more. How should I put it? The Old Testament more refers to things that happened and life lessons. Basically the morality from events. But yeah, God, the Old Testament is comprised more, for the most part, out of stories, that should serve as some kind of lesson, not so much because it's not so much compared, it's not so much the things, the core of the content of the New Testament, the way Jesus described it. I mean, in the Old Testament, you had like what? Sodom and Gomorrah being burned down by Michael with elemental fire. God sent Michael, burned it down. God sent Samael to kill every firstborn child in Egypt when the Ramses ruled in Egypt. The whole "let my people go" thing with Moses, for an example. These are examples. So when Moses split the Red Sea, these are all Old Testament things, Old Testament stories, not New Testament. Noah's Ark, Old Testament, not New. Uh, oh, Homer Simpson is kind of complicated because God also said, "Love thy neighbor as yourself." Yeah, it's complicated. Listen, the whole God, the whole God saying, "Love thy neighbor as thy love thyself," are guidelines for how you should lead a righteous life. People are asking themselves, "Okay, how do I gain eternal life? How do I gain God's favor?" And that's the meaning of existence, pretty much. At the very least from a religious point of view. Okay, how do you attain eternal life? That's something that every person strives towards, immortality. How do you not end up in eternal damnation? Those are the rules that God has set. In the Old Testament, it consisted of the commandments, and in the New Testament, it's further been edited. Okay, it's been further edited. These are rules that God has basically laid down. Basic rules: you shouldn't kill anyone, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't commit adultery, you should be faithful, you should be loyal, you should try, at the very least, try to do right by others the same way you try to do right by yourself. And yeah, that's what's meant by love thy neighbor as thy love thyself. Okay, help someone else the same way that you want about yourself, care about others the same way you care about yourself. But of course, again, that's a lot harder to do in a world that is surrounded by sin. But that's normal. Okay, like I said, existence as a whole is one big test. It's one gigantic test. That's the meaning of existence from a religious perspective, at the very least from a Christian perspective. And of course, it's all true in nature. If you look at the world, what do you expect? I mean, God. Eternal life is one of the hardest things to attain. Okay, it's the equivalent following God's rules in this world, in a world that is overrun by sin and by malevolence, is like is the equivalent of literally God inviting you as a guest over, okay, staying at him, and you haven't eaten in days, and God just prepares a feast meal and puts every imaginable delicious dish that you can imagine in front of you. And he tells you, okay, I'm going to be leaving for a week. I'm only telling you this once. Don't touch it. If you touch this food, I know that you're hungry and everything and that you want to eat so badly, but this is my food. Don't touch it because I say so. Don't touch it. If you touch it, then I'm going to kill you. Make no mistake about it. You're going to end up in a world of pain. That's what God does. Okay? So, in order to acquire eternal life, you need to literally be able to resist everything in this world that even gives you the remotest of pleasures. Pretty much every impulse that comes to mind, everything that you can think of. We're talking about the most basic of sins: lust, sex, eating excessively, going out to eat to a restaurant even can be considered a sin. So you're supposed to do the exact opposite of pretty much everything that is even considered normal or let alone in today's world or by today's norms. So honestly, you should pretty much live like a monk, and you should abstain from every imaginable pleasure. Just follow the commandments and everything, and then yeah, you're good to go in terms of eternal life. Uh, David B says, I think to the first person I've heard that speaks of the Bible, religion in such a way. Very interesting. What do you think about Sabians and Gnosticism? I think the Buddhists do the same to reject everything material and pleasure, etc. Victor Jesus, David B, check out Jordan Peterson. You might reconsider a lot of religious stereotypes. Uh, 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 Sabians, I'm sorry, David B. I'm not familiar with Sabians. Let me see. Let me just look up Sabians. Hold on. Sabians, ancient people of South Arabia, yak, 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 yak. They founded the kingdom of Saba, which is the biblical land of Sheba, and the oldest and most important of the South Arabian kingdoms. Okay, I have no real thingy on them. I have no real opinion on them. As for agnostics, I mean, sorry, not agnostic, just general Gnosticism. But yeah, since I mentioned agnostics, I am indifferent, so neutral towards agnostics as well as atheists. To each his own. But towards atheists, I'm a bit more judgmental in the sense that their entire thought pattern doesn't, their entire logic doesn't make any sense because they only live with the material, what they can see, hear, and feel, and they pretty much believe, bluntly put, that we're all robots and that when we die, it's lights out, similar to turning off a computer screen or a TV, which is obvious bullshit. Literally everything around you states otherwise. So I have no idea on what logic that thing is based, if it's even based on logic. Atheism. I think atheism is just for people that are in denial because they can't explain, for example, certain spiritual things, or they simply can't explain anything of a spiritual nature or most things. So they just end up discarding it, and that discard is atheism, pretty much. And Gnosticism, also neutral towards it, neither here or there, neither here nor there. And with Buddhists, I don't know. Buddhism, I'm not too fond of the East, like I said, but yeah, Eastern Eastern thingies. Buddhists, at least superficially, they come off as wise, and they come off as knowledgeable. I'm not undermining them. Just because I don't like them doesn't mean that that I'm discrediting them. No, Buddhist Easterners, make no mistake. When it comes to spirituality and religion, Eastern cultures and the people, we're talking about Hindus as well as other related, like Buddhists, other related individuals, they're a lot more advanced, to be honest, than Westerners, as far as I know, when it comes to spirituality, especially from an occult perspective. I mean, a lot of notable, or at the very least, of more than a few notable occult practices and religious practices or spiritual practices either have root in the East or stem directly from it. So yeah, so yeah. Thingy Buddhism is an example, yoga is an example, Sanskrit is an example. It just goes on. Victor G says, I imagine being an atheist is one of the worst conditions possible. Yeah, atheism is for people, generally speaking, that are so steeped in materialism that they simply need a way to explain to the world that hey, they don't give a shit about anything. They don't believe in anything spiritual. They're simply denying spirituality as a whole, and that is atheism. David B says, "LOL conditions." Victor Jesus, in terms of imagining our human nature as nothing more than a bunch of biological processes, that's pretty sad, especially in the end of their lives. Yeah, exactly. It's sad, honestly. Should pity people like that, but I don't. I mean, they can pretty much stay in their own hell. Thinking some of our greatest minds were atheists. No, listen. Some of our greatest minds were atheists. Not necessarily reflects that. When they say atheist, they literally don't focus on the aspect of denying spirituality. The so-called greatest minds, I don't know, for example, Albert Einstein. I'm just simply listing an example. I'm not saying Albert Einstein was an atheist. I don't know if he was an atheist or not. Like inventors, for example, like Albert Einstein. When they say that he was an atheist, they simply want to lay emphasis on the material nature of his work. They simply want to lay emphasis on what he accomplished materially speaking, just so that there are no religious attachments made to anything. Otherwise some they want to prevent someone from coming along and saying that hey, God made you do this, or God granted you the ability to do this. You know what I'm talking about. Okay, they simply want to exclude any spiritual aspect of that person's accomplishments. Victor Jesus, in terms of, I'm sorry, I'm rereading comments, so I'm a bit swamped right now. David B says, I think that was came from Tibet, possibly. Einstein wasn't an atheist, yes. Like I said, it's just an example. Homer Simpson says, are there different stages of heaven? If so, what are the differences? As far as I know, there are 7 heavens, but it's it's too complicated to be even start to comprehend. It would take a lot of work to understand all the heavens, but yeah, there are 7 heavens. That's that much I know. The first heaven being the highest one, and the seventh one being the lowest one, similar to being 7 hells. That's why 7 is a divine number. David B says, what do you think of people that say they come from APs and such? Do you think it's a delusion? What are APs? Or APAs, however it's pronounced. Take the Jesus, yes, that's true. LOL. Let me try to look up APs. Oh, apes. I'm sorry. Oh, you meant monkeys. Holy shit. I'm sorry. My mind is too deeply thingy. My mind is too deeply rooted in in coming to far-reaching conclusions. So yeah, I overlooked the obvious. Darwin. uh, what I think about people that think that they come from apes, so basic evolution, scientific evolution. Do I think it's a delusion? No, I don't think it's a delusion, but I don't think it's correct. Okay, it is possible that on our physical ancestors, prehistoric ancestors, were ape-like in nature. Um, but even if that's the case, of course, it's all God's will. So yeah, I'm not denying the scientific. I'm not denying scientific evolution as a whole, and neither am I supporting it. So I'm also neutral towards it. I'm neither here or there. I'm just mad. But I am in support of course, the biblical aspect of creation. I mean, if evolution is a real thing, if human beings did indeed exist like that, then yeah, it's obvious that it's God's. That it comes from God. So yeah, both things should have happened. So yeah, I'm not worried about any of that. David B says, "Isn't that a storm in the background?" Yeah, I think it's about to rain. Not right now. Okay. but I think that it will rain later on. I need to check the weather. Okay, Google, current temperature.
In Danu Grand, it's currently 29 degrees Celsius. Due to the current humidity, it feels like it's 35.
Yeah, it's gonna rain later on, I think. It's 10:15 in my location right now. It's still morning time. And skies are pretty much clear and semi-cloudy. Will be clear and semi-cloudy all the way up to 1 p.m. After 1 p.m., that's when the rain is gonna begin. Lately, it's been raining in the afternoon. Not that I mind. Otherwise, it's gonna be way too warm and too hot like yesterday. So I don't mind. By that time, I think I will be done with live streaming, and or I will at the very least have moved to. I will have moved back into my own room. I'm sorry for the baby yanking and I'm sorry for the baby crying in the background. It's just my neighbor's child. David B says hopefully there's no lightning. Victor G says after PM all hell breaks loose. No, not really. I think in the afternoon it's going to storm the same way it stormed yesterday. Just heavy rain, winds, and lightning and thunder. Just basic shit. My piece of shit connection just breaks off whenever it starts lightning and it starts raining with lightning and thunder excessively. Yeah, that's pretty much it. On a different note, something I definitely want to do, I want to visit the Hagia Sophia. God, I I mean I really love Byzantium, and I really like I love Constantine the Great, you know, the Byzantine Emperor, Eastern Rome. I just love Eastern Rome. Eastern Rome is almost a perfect description of what I am. Uh, David B says, "Yeah, hence why you have the tattoo, right? Ah, you recognize it. Believe me, I'll be giving you guys more information on that in the future. But you recognize the tattoo, okay? Good for you. You recognize the labarum. So yeah, I definitely want to visit the Hagia Sophia. It's a shame that it fell into Ottoman hands, and that even to this day, it's been converted to a mosque, but." The Hagia Sophia is just God. I just love it the second I look at it. I just I just love it. It's just ma. It's the Hagia Sophia is a symbol of Christendom at its finest. To be honest, it's a true symbol of Christendom and of Eastern Orthodox religion, Eastern Orthodox Christianity. The B says they installed minarets. I'm assuming those minarets, what you're referring to, are those thingy, right? Those towers. So yeah, I think most of you, I'm assuming most of you out there are familiar with the Hagia Sophia, so you guys know what I'm talking about. If not, then look up what the Hagia Sophia is. But I will definitely fucking visit the Hagia Sophia at least once in my life. I'm visiting the Hagia Sophia, and we'll see. I might. I want to say that I want to build something similar to the Hagia Sophia, but I might be too ambitious. We'll see. We'll see in the future. We'll see. Victor Jesus, I don't want to make you jelly, but I've seen it a while. I've seen it while I was in Istanbul. Yeah, I know it's in modern day Turkey. It's in Istanbul. Okay, it was where it was where thingy is. It was where it was where Constantinople was. Okay, and then when Constantinople fell to the Ottoman Turks, then yeah, it was. Yeah, I'm familiar. Again, I'm familiar with history. Okay, I know everything about Justinian's restoration when Justinian restored Western Rome by literally going to war with all the Vandals and all the Goths and all the Germanic tribes that invaded, that occupied thingy, Western Rome. But yeah, like I said, every civilization has its rise and fall, okay? Every civilization. When Constantinople was overthrown by the Turks and besieged, it was literally nothing, okay? Constantinople, Eastern Rome as a whole was literally a shadow of itself. It was nothing. So yeah, all empires rise and fall, okay? All empires rise and fall. The US even will rise and fall, will rise and fall. I mean, back in the day, no one saw Rome falling, but yeah. Even Rome had to succumb to itself pretty much. And yeah, David B is laughing. You're close to it, Victor, and you say Victor says I live 5 6 hours away from it. Yeah, I understand. However, there are many similar churches like that through the whole city. I went there for a different occasion, but I saw the classics meanwhile. David B says it was just too large to maintain. Yeah, but like I said, that's the case with all of them. I mean, even the Ottomans, okay, not even the Ottomans, even metaphorically speaking, even the Ottomans just also collapsed after a while. All of them, okay, the Huns too, the Huns, which were so devastating back in the day with Attila, that conquered literally a good deal of that conquered a good deal of what is nowadays Russia, modern day Russia, and China and Tibet and stuff. Even they literally collapsed. Okay, and they simply disappeared as quickly as they came. All civilizations rise and fall. All civilizations, but notably not due to some superior power, due to simply old age. It's similar to human beings. Everything is a cycle. In case you guys didn't notice. I mean, right now I look great. I'm in the prime of my life, but even my physical body will start to wither away after time, after a while. And most of us turn into vegetables looking like shit. Like, hi, how are you going? Looking like shit, literally like a fucking prune and whatnot. I mean, it's simply your physical body withering away. Imagine just walking like an old person, taking literally one step at a time, similar to when you were born, and having to wear an adult diaper. The thought is horrifying. It's humiliating as a human being. But yeah, like I said, everything comes and goes. Nothing lasts forever. God is the only one that lasts forever, and God's words last forever. Nothing stays the same. All good things come to an end. Simply moving on. You simply people that can't learn to move on need to learn to move on. God knows I have. I simply move on. All good things come to an end. I've enjoyed myself, Imit, and I just move on. No, but I definitely want to see the Hagia Sophia. The Hagia Sophia is pretty much the building that I look up to. I just love it. I remember the first time when I saw it, I was like, oh God, it's so beautiful. Literally, God, it's so beautiful. It's just ah, for me, I honestly think that one of the crowns of one of my magnum opuses would be to build something like that in Europe. I mean, when I'm finally gone from piece of shit Suriname, to build something of such a magnitude in Europe, building a world wonder, that would literally be something. That would be one of my magnum opuses, at least, possibly my magnum opus, if I were able to build something like that now. But yeah, definitely a very big Justinian fan. I mean, a very big fan of Constantine. The fact that Constantine managed to build like something like that. No. Victor Jesus, we as occultists should learn to leave our bodies when the time is right, not let ourselves deteriorate to old men. Yeah, exactly. Listen, I'm not going to deteriorate as an old man. I was just saying, it's just a general example. But I am, it was just a general example, but in my case specifically now, my hair will become gray and so on, but I'll still be able bodied. I'll still be like I am the way I am now, but simply with gray hair here and there and whatnot. Even now I still have gray hair. A couple of my hairs are gray. You can't see it too well, but one or two strands of mine are already gray. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Uh, David B says, then you would become immortal like Vivekananda. Like Vivekananda did. Who the hell's Vivekananda? I remember that name vaguely. Swami Vivekananda was an Indian Hindu monk, chief disciple of the Indian mystic Ramakrishna Narendranath Datta. Okay, no, I'm sorry. I'm not too familiar with Eastern religions, like I said. So yeah, I had to look up who Vivekananda was. Okay, Victor Jesus, it's a popular yoga subject. Yeah, I understand that it's a popular subject, but like I told you guys, I'm really not into Eastern thingies. I'm really not into Eastern culture, so hence me not being fond of Hinduism and only being familiar with it on a basic level. Uh, by the way, I'm assuming that most of you guys saw my Art of Prophecy post back then. The thing that we discussed yesterday, right? I simply thought it's best to write an article on it, and WordPress is such a piece of shit. WordPress has a new method of they have a new system for writing articles, a new block system. So it's so annoying. I had to switch to the new block system, and then the images in the article didn't come right. They didn't organize themselves properly, and the text didn't align itself properly. So I had to delete the article and rewrite it all over again, or copy and paste the fundamental parts of it. And I had to install a classic editor plugin to go all the way back to the classic editor. I have no idea why WordPress is literally making it harder to write articles instead of making it easier. So full of shit. In any case, in case someone here missed the article on the Art of Prophecy, that's the link to it. David B says, I meant it like from the Epic of Gilgamesh. He built a wall or something, and that's why he became immortal, same as you if you were about to build something like that. Victor Jesus, well, he wanted to change the world, but started from India. I gave him as an example because he said to all of his disciples that he will leave this world, die on purpose when he is 40, so he did. Yogis have a system where they can leave their bodies whenever they desire, similar to astral projection, but for good. Yeah, it's a more intense version of astral projection. It's literally willing your astral body to leave your physical body permanently, and it can be attained by practice. Not too difficult by occult standards, by my occult standards, Samael says. So yeah, so yeah. It's streaming for 2 hours now. David B says, "Do you think it's possible? Do you think it's possible to what? To stop your heartbeat consciously? Yeah, anything can be done consciously with the right intent and enough willpower. Definitely, I can make myself sick by sheer intent, by telling myself constantly that I'm sick and really focusing on it. That's the whole key behind astral projection. The way I explained it to you guys, okay? But you need to buy my course. So yeah, then you'll get all the details. Victor Jesus, well, one of the most popular gurus says that you need to pass like a 9-month course to learn all of the proper techniques to leave your body. Obviously, it depends on the individual. Yeah, it depends on the individual, okay? They were just speaking in general. If you have a cult affinity, it can be done significantly earlier, but 9 months for the average individual, someone else says, sounds about right. That is about correct. Homer Simpson says, are you going to do different kinds of occult giveaway, like giving free occult e-course to someone maybe in the future? Just curious. No, not really. No. Victor Jesus Samael is with us now. It's awesome. What are you talking about? Samael's always with me. Sandal's on too. They're always with me. Most of my guys, practically every one of my guys is with me. So yeah. What is thou talkest about? Victor Jesus, well, I wouldn't know. I just like that you quoted him a few times. Yeah, that's because he's standing right next to me and he's saying, I'm simply repeating what it is that he's saying. Okay. I'm a bit bored with sitting outside. I think I'm going to move inside. Hold on for a second. I've been sitting enough outside. I shall remove it myself and go sit inside. Uh, uh, Take my extension cord with me. Uh, I'll clean this shit up later. I mean, I'll remove that extension cord later. Oh, crap. I'll be with you guys in a second. Just give me un momento. Just a moment, please. Oh, so yeah. In my bedroom again. The nice, delicious cold AC is hitting me. Very nice. Oh, crap. I plug the Ethernet cable back in, but that's automatically going to break off the connection. Not literally break off the connection, briefly. So yeah, I'll just take the Wi-Fi for now. David B says, don't you get like a slap on the face when you walk from super hot to cold? Nah, I think it's approximately what? It's like 22 degrees in my thingy right now in my bedroom. AC is by default set to 20. But it is subject obviously to how hot it is outside. But no, it's actually welcome. So what your slap is, what you call a slap, I literally call a hug. It's like the cold is hugging me. Ah, welcome, Moreno. Ay, ay, ay. And there you go. I didn't even need to go outside again for the extension cord. I just yanked it through my awning window. I literally just yanked the extension cord through my awning window. Yeah, this house has old-fashioned awning windows. I'll show you guys. Literally has old-fashioned awning windows. See? This is what it looks like. This is what I'm staring like. This is what I'm staring at. It has these old-fashioned awning windows that simply open up like this. But look at how old the house is. So fucking old that you can't even open up most of them. Otherwise, it will immediately crash or something. It's just so ridiculous how fucking useless this thing is. It's just so ridiculous how useless it is. It has anti-theft bars, obviously. David B says, I have no idea why. I don't know why, but those windows reminds me of prison. Maybe because of the bars. Yeah, it's because of the anti-theft bars, okay? But yeah, these awning windows are really old-fashioned awning windows. And yeah, for the rest, everything is nice and breezy in my bedroom. I am just going to put away the thingy. Just hold on a second. Oh no, never mind. I'll do that later. I can do that later always. Okay. So yeah, I do like the new flag. It's nice and neat outside. That's the way it's supposed to be. I like to see new flags. I also bought a Labarum flag, and that flag will also be outside. It's already in production. I already ordered it. It simply needs to be produced, so manufactured and shipped to me. And yeah, a couple of people are observant. They have seen that logo on my website too. Code 919 is an online. So Code 919 also asked me because he noticed, he recognized the tattoo, and he told me you didn't have that tattoo before, and I saw that same symbol on your website. So what is it? But nope, I'm not saying anything, not just yet. How long does it take to make? Well, the flag company, the website where I go to make flags, it's called bestflag.com. It generally does take a while, okay? Maybe like a week. It's in pre-production. They send you, how it works is that you simply send them an image if you want custom artwork for it. So for example, you simply send them a certain kind of wallpaper and you want it to be placed like that. And They send you a PDF copy to show you what it's going to look like. And you simply get to decide what your flag looks like, how large your flag is, whether your flag will have gromets. Those are just like the rings, the ring openings in the flag. Whether you want a flag pole or, I mean, if you want a pole sleeve or not. And yeah, after a while, I think after that it takes a week, and then it gets shipped, and they simply notify you via email. Everything will get shipped, and they give you a tracking code and blah blah blah. I think they generally speaking work with FedEx, and then it takes an extra week or two to get to me. Victor Jesus mentioning flags. What happened with the artist and the your logo situation? Oh right, yeah. No, that was unfortunately a bust. Okay, the guy wasn't capable of doing anything noteworthy, so I just canceled the order on Fiverr, and he agreed to it. So now my logo, I do admit that my logo is not something that can be easily improved, but I mean my logo cannot easily be improved. I mean, it's a basic set logo, to be honest. It's a logo that's just default. That's the way it is by default. But there can still be improvements. Okay, improvements can still be made. Okay, improvements can still be made regardless. But yeah, you need a natural graphic designer for that, not a piece of shit designer from Fiverr, cheap ass designer. I mean, he could have at least made the lines a bit thicker of my logo. Made my logo kind of like a nice robotic or a new look or a sci-fi look, something. But for the love of God, I'm not a designer, and I can come up with stuff like this. It always annoys me how fucking useless people can be, man. David B says, I wonder where the flag of Suriname is. And Victor G says, as toilet paper in the bathroom. No, thank you. Suriname's flag isn't even worth wiping my ass with. No. No, 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 no. There is no, 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 no. I don't want that piece of shit flag anywhere near me. I don't want that flag anywhere near me. No flag whatsoever. Okay? Not on my website or otherwise. Mr. Jesus, by the way, did you look up some of that guy's work before hiring him? Yes. Listen, Victor, I've been on Fiverr for years now. I always check out someone's work, everything. I look at their portfolio, you name it. I look at everything included. And the guy seemed okay, but yeah, the guy is simply someone that wants to, he simply skims over work quickly just because he wants to make as much money as possible, as quickly as possible, instead of actually focusing on delivering quality. Speaking of Suriname, I have an interesting little story for you guys. There was someone that commented on my thingy of Suriname. There was someone that commented on my video about life in Suriname, and it's a guy that's butthurt over the fact that he can't deal with harsh reality, and me saying that Suriname is worthless and worth less than nothing and whatnot. Guy's name is Ben Mendoza, and he's not local. He's I don't know where he's from. He looks like some kind of stupid Mexican immigrant or some shit. So he's most likely from somewhere from Middle America or South America or something. In any case, this was the guy's reply. GDP does not measure happiness. Your nature in Suriname is an invaluable treasure. GDP means nothing. USA is actually the most corrupted country in the world. And dude, you are not light-skinned or even white. So it's clear that you have a complex of inferiority. Snap out of that, be proud of who you are, and do something for your people. Can you imagine what a sack of shit the guy is? Talk about being a sack of shit. And here comes my reply. I never said that GDP measures happiness. It measures the economy and gives insight into general happiness and living standards, etc. The rest can be found in the video description. Nature is the only thing worth in Suriname, as I state. USA being the most corrupt country in the world, it has hundreds of millions of people. And even then, it doesn't come close to being as corrupt as worth less than nothing Suriname. And is worth thousands of times more. Go familiarize yourself with the US before making any idiotic, ignorant statements. I'm not light skinned, I'm tan due to sunlight. If you actually paid attention, you'd see that. Complex of inferiority, ha ha ha, go learn how to speak English. It's inferiority complex with a caps lock. I'm literally world renowned for what I do, the likes of which your dumb self can possibly begin to comprehend. One breath that I draw is worth more than Suriname as a whole. And the vermin are quote unquote not my people. Do I look like them? No. Am I like them? No. You haven't brought a single valid argument to the table and are incapable of doing so since I speak the truth and back it up with factual information all the way. You're just talking out of your rear end is all. Since you can't deal with harsh reality, I should pity you, but I don't. P.S. The only reason I leave your comment on here instead of deleting it and banning you is because you didn't step out of line. And that's my reply. I literally replied like that. I saw it when I woke up this morning, I was like, what the fuck? Okay. So yeah, always amuses me, that when people make comments like these, I immediately put them in their place. These are stupid liberal types or wannabe liberals that can't deal with reality, and they try to resort to trying to attack me personally. That's just a pathetic attitude that, generally speaking, liberals have. Can't deal with harsh reality and with facts. So, as a result, you're going to try to attack me personally. It's like you selling eggplants or you selling tomatoes, and I have a big problem with the fact that you are selling these tomatoes so expensively, and I try as retaliation. I try to attack you personally instead of acknowledging that it actually costs that much. And instead of that, I simply try to attack you in the sense of, what are you doing here? Are you even allowed to sit here? Or are you even allowed to sell your thingies here? Do you have a permit to sell these tomatoes? Bullshit. It's just a pathetic wannabe liberal standard, or wannabe liberal tactic or a strategy. Try to attack me when the topic, my personal life, has no relation to Suriname or no relation to the topic at hand whatsoever. It's just sad how some people like that. It's just sad that people can be like that. Like I told the guy, I honestly I should pity him, but I don't. I pity people, not vermin. Oh, oh right. And yesterday, I mean not yesterday, the day before yesterday, in live stream number 28. At the end, Victor G also told me something like that, right? There was some kind of error at the end, some kind of the day that he gave me that meme. It's the day before yesterday. There was some kind of it was like it was silent at the end. No one chatted anymore or anything like that, and it was some kind of some not audio. It was some kind of chat error on YouTube, and because I couldn't see my own thingy, my own comments. I literally, even if I commented or if I typed something in the chat bar, I couldn't see anything. And I thought to myself, what the hell's wrong with everyone? All of a sudden, everyone is quiet out of nowhere. And I thought to myself, that's odd, because I logged in via my alternative browser via Firefox, and I tried placing a comment there, and I noticed that I didn't see my comment. I was like, what the fuck? Some issue at the end. So that's why I also closed off the stream. I was like, okay, no idea. And Victor told me via Messenger that Victor was the one that told me that, yeah, there was some kind of issue because people couldn't thingy, people couldn't comment or anything like that. By the way, for those of you that are on Facebook, feel free to add me. That's my Facebook profile in the link in the description. Believe me, I don't mind. I actually prefer, especially people that contribute regularly, like David B. and Homer Simpson and so on. You guys can feel free to be completely free and open with me, okay? No holds barred. So adding me via social media is no big deal whatsoever. I actually prefer it. I already have a couple of people, a couple of you guys are already on my profile, so yeah. uh, uh, I'm laughing at someone that sent me a request. Okay, I'm not laughing at that person, but I'm laughing at that person's profile picture. Holy crap! That was not something I expected. Let's just say that. David B says, I like your profile picture. LOL. I'm sure. Yeah, I know Spinosaurus. I know that it was you. The second I saw the country and whatnot, I thought to myself, this has to be Spinosaurus. But yeah, your monkey profile picture, God, it makes me laugh. Monkey going like that. I just didn't expect it. The second I opened it, I was like, what the, what the fuck? So yeah, hence that. I mean, this way you guys can also ask me something private or vice versa. You don't need to specifically join a live stream in order to ask me something. Uh, so yeah, it's just easier, you know. You guys have a way of contacting me in private. If you want to ask me something, then yeah, you can just do so via Messenger. Although Messenger isn't as convenient as WhatsApp. Messenger is kind of like a wannabe version of WhatsApp. I think most of you agree with me. Messenger has a bunch of annoying stuff. Literally a bunch of annoying fucking things. You can't record a video over 10 seconds, a bunch of stupid stuff. You can't just mark someone's reply as read. If your phone is locked, you have to either like it or reply on it. And the second you click reply, it automatically asks you to unlock your phone. It just goes on. I just wish that Messenger would step up its game. Okay, David B. I see you. 1,000% I used to give a fuck. That's a good one. Uh, what the fuck? Okay. Hmm. Picture Jesus, it was made in context for one of the topics Moreno talked about. But it has archetypal value for all ages. Yeah, his meme. No, his meme. Yeah, your meme is a general meme. Your meme is a general meme. That's why I turned it into a, that's why I turned it into my profile picture. I loved it that much. Oh, holy crap! I'm looking at something on my in my news feed. There's a site that I love called I fucking love sex. Not a site, a Facebook page. I think I liked it years ago, back when I still liked a lot of things. And they posted an article, threesome sex positions that make menage a trois all the more approachable. I just didn't expect I didn't I didn't expect that. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just fuck off. Let's see if I can share it with you guys. Hold on. Yeah, there you go. I can share the article with you guys. Um, let me read it. As a writer, I've been pretty transparent about my hangups with threesomes, probably too transparent, and basically every challenge I've encountered is logistical. Threesomes are undeniably intriguing, but they're in every way less obvious than two-person sex. How do you initiate a threesome? How do you transition into one? And once you get there, how do you well have one? Which threesome sex positions can you rely on for a good time? All valid points, okay. Because let's be real, two-person sex positions are easy enough to figure out. You see them in movies and on TV, you read about them in books, and honestly, even without any exposure to them at all, you could just probably figure them out. I mean, seriously, missionary is about as straightforward as it gets. But threesome sex positions are decidedly more opaque. With another player in the game, there's more coordination to be had. Odds are you want everyone involved to feel engaged at all times. You can't just take a tried and true two-person favorite and try tackling each other, attacking another person onto it. It might not translate, and it's not a matter of identifying a single threesome sex position that works for your trio. Either you need a veritable repertoire. Be honest, how many times have you had sex from one position and only one position? It's in my endless quest to make threesomes more approachable to just about everyone, myself included, that I've dug up a handful of truly incredible accessible threesome sex positions, because once you finish reading this article, you can at least rest assured knowing one piece of this seemingly endless puzzle has been solved for you. Now all you have to do is find someone to have a threesome with and pop the question, Godspeed. The person lists a couple of sex positions: double cowgirl, which basically involves a girl sitting on the guy's face and another girl sitting on the guy's dick. Another one is where it's called tag team. These names make me laugh. Tag team, like it's wrestling, where a girl sits on a guy's face and there's another person. I think another guy. I think this is a two-guy threesome. Ew! What the fuck, man? I mean, seriously, nah. If you guys take a look at a tag team, that's another guy. So it's a threesome with two guys. Nah, fuck that. I'm not doing that. And the one guy is literally what anally penetrating the other guy while the other woman sits on his face. What the fuck? I mean, seriously, what the? Um, motherfucker. Tag team, and then you have Doggy Deluxe, where oh, that's a woman with a strap on. I think they tried to be homosexually friendly. Yeah, holy crap, ew, that's disgusting, man. That's nasty. As a heterosexual person, it's whoa. Um, yeah. In any case, I get the gist of it. Honestly, this article isn't really necessary. I mean, I do want to have a threesome, and when I get a chance to have a threesome, obviously not a piece of shit Suriname, but when I do have a threesome, if I ever have a threesome, then I'm pretty sure that I'll know my way around the bush, so to speak. I'll know what to do. So it's just this article, but I do get the article. Okay, the writer of this article. It is the things that that person that the writer called. It's a woman, Lindsay Langquist. It's a blonde girl. I mean, yeah. The points that she mentions in the beginning, introductory points, are valid. They do apply to most people in general. 69 à toi, seeing a bunch of fucking sex positions, double trouble. Another name that makes me laugh, double trouble. Holy crap. Center of attention, plus one. Holy crap, double penetration. Oh fuck no. No double penetration, chain link. What the fuck? Thing makes me laugh so much. Double penetration. Oh, crap. Victor Jesus, a threesome with Katie and Lilith, right? That's a good one. I think Freya would feel left out. Houdini sex, Urban Dictionary. Houdini sex. During doggy style, you spit on her back to simulate coming. She turns around and you come on her face and shout, Houdini! That's a good one. That's a good one. I have no idea who came up with that stupid crap. That's a good one. No, that's a good one. It was like magic. He came on me twice in 10 seconds. Yeah, that's fucked up. No. Houdini sex can also mean banging your girlfriend, passionately banging her from behind. You have one of your buddies slip in and take your place without her knowing. Then you sneak outside, run up to the bedroom window, and yell, Tada! That's a good one. No, that's funny. That's funny, but misleading. It's like it reminds me of wife swapping. There are multiple thingies I'm seeing here, definitions of Houdini sex. Another one is the act of having sex in dangerous situations where the goal is to achieve climax for either or both parties before meeting their doom. Seriously. Example, look, there's a train coming down these tracks in 15 minutes. Let's have Houdini sex. Victor Jesus, yeah, that's it. We just got back to ninth grade, I thought. No, but that last one sounds like something out of Saw. That would be cool. I never saw that Saw trap. Oh, holy crap, I'm seeing a bunch of albino women walk past, or light skinned black women, and to be honest, they're not bad looking. They don't look like pieces of shit with eyes and teeth. Just as a sideline. Um, so yeah, nah, that sounds like something out of Saw, honestly. I don't know, I hope that they ever make a Saw movie with stuff like that. I mean, that would be sick, you know. Hello, Michael. I'd like to play a game. Okay. Your entire life, you've been so selfish in the bedroom. All you cared about was climaxing and leaving women unsatisfied. Well, this is a chance to redeem yourself. Make this woman come 20 times in exactly 5 minutes. Otherwise, you'll be castrated by the contraption that is caught between your balls and your penis or your entire scrotum. That's exactly what I'm thinking about. David B says, "Haha, nice narrative already. That's very intense." Yeah, the guy should have something like a bear trap between his scrotum, and he's like, "Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck?" You know, use your mouth and make this woman come orally by using your oral skills. You have exactly 5 minutes. The clock is ticking. Make her climax, and then there's a counter that counts every time the woman comes. Oh, yeah, no, I love Saw. So yeah, I'm caught up on all the traps and whatever. Victor Jesus, try checking Dory Sanchez while at it. Oh, fine, I'm not afraid. However, if you're really easily grossed out, don't. Nah. Listen, I'm assuming that you guys are familiar with Two Girls, One Cup, right? I saw Two Girls, One Cup, and the first time I saw it, that was 5 years ago. A Hungarian friend of mine, a person I was friends with in Hungary, he told me. And I was like, okay, hold on, let me look it up for a second. And the second I watched it, I was like, oh, stomach ache. Oh, that's fucking disgusting. I showed another guy, and the guy was like, holy shit. I showed that cab driver that I used to be friends with, and he was like, ah, holy shit, motherfucker. Oh, God, that's disgusting. Oh. So, yeah, those of you that want to watch Two Girls, One Cup and you haven't seen it yet, beware. Beware. All I can tell you is beware. Spinosaurus says there is this anti-rape device in which the girl puts something in her vagina and your dick gets stuck there and you can't get it out. Yeah. If it beats us, LOL, it can be nightmare fuel. Yeah. Don't watch it on a full stomach. If you just ate, do not watch it. 90% chance that you might vomit. And that you might regurgitate all of your food. Yeah, I know. No, it dates back to World War times, you know. I heard somewhere that women in Vietnam, when just women in war situations in general. For example, women in Vietnam, when American soldiers wanted to rape them, they inserted razor blades into their own vaginas, so that whenever a guy penetrated them, you know, it's bad news, really bad news. Internet is filled with so many things, disgusting things. Damn, David B says. David B also says maybe your fedora would fit them. LOL. Yeah, these girls, they weren't bad looking by local standards. I only managed to see them from the side, but yeah, I think they're either foreign, they're from the Netherlands maybe or something, and they just came here to visit or something. I don't know. Hold on, let me check out Dory Sanchez. Dory Sanchez. Dory Sanchez originated in the porn industry, particularly films involving ass to mouth action. It describes the unintentional act of leaving a shit mustache on a partner's face by taking your cock out of her ass and putting it in her mouth without wiping it off first. The result is that as the dick is thrust between the lips, shit is scraped off and comes to rest on her upper lip in a mustache configuration. Holy crap, that sounds disgusting. Oh, that's nasty. Oh, okay. That's messed up. Yeah, that's really messed up. David B says, I really wonder who comes up with those things. Is it just because people are bored or something? Yeah, you know what kind of people walk? I mean, mankind is so wow. So yeah, I honestly have no words for it. Okay, I'm speechless. I am at a loss for words. Honestly, I should really try to pitch the whole thingy to. I should really try to pitch the whole Saw thing that I just mentioned to a Saw writer. That would be sick. Okay, Saw erotic edition, a bunch of things. I mean, a bunch of things. It would be sick too. Okay, maybe another story about a guy that always always a guy, for example, that loves doggy style too much. You know, hello, Michael. I'd like to play a game. Your entire life, you've enjoyed having sex while in a primitive position that reminds you of taking a woman in an animalistic way. Now is your chance to redeem yourself and to not be so selfish. Before you stand five animals, a horse, a cow, a chicken, and a duck. It is your job and duty to have sex with all of them in the exact same position. Since you consider yourself an animal, then you will be forced to have sex with animals hereby too. And you need to ejaculate every time you come into an animal. Otherwise, you will die. And maybe there are cables strapped to the guy, and the guy gets electrocuted to death if he doesn't come five times. So the average guy can only come three times. So yeah, the last two animals are definitely gonna give the guy trouble. The guy's balls are gonna fucking hurt afterwards, like no other. I mean, it sounds great. Okay, I'd make a good screenwriter. Okay, I would make a fucking good horror screenwriter. Writing stuff like this, can easily do it. David B says, "Damn, you better write those ideas." Victor G says, "I like to play a game. Now chain yourself to the wall and take off your socks." David B says, "I can see the talent." Yeah, definitely, definitely. Guy gets electrocuted because he can't come. With coming back to back, you only have 10 minutes. So literally, you only have 10 minutes. 10 minutes to come five times. Good luck with that. No. I also remember a medieval contraption where a woman's something was placed inside a woman's vagina if she was accused of adultery or something. It's like it's like a dildo, but it used to open up and flap like this. Flash! So it really just eviscerates her insides. I wouldn't kill her, but it would severely wound her. So basically, her entire vaginal walls would be torn apart and shit. Ugh, it's nasty. It's really fucked up. It's a medieval contraption. I saw it somewhere on YouTube. Forgot what it's called. David B says the pair of anguish or something like that. Let me see. I'll try to look it up. The pair of anguish. Shit. I clicked on print by accident. No. Yeah, the pair of anguish. Exactly. Yeah, that's what the fuck I'm talking about. Holy crap. Pair of anguish. Yeah, people back in the day were so barbaric. Holy crap. It's like their sole purpose was to make each other suffer. That's fucked up. I mean, I'd be capable of something like that, of course, but yeah. Oh, they're passing by again. Yeah, they're not bad looking. I almost wish that I could show you guys. They're not bad looking. It's most likely a white guy that had a taste for black women and he fucked that black woman and they're the result. They're like albinos. Let's see. No. I'd show them to you guys, but yeah. David B says it's so ironic how the creator of the guillotine died by it as well. Spinosaurus says you should talk to them and give the and give the good old pump pump. I'm sure my fedora will thingy them. I'm sure my fedora will seduce them. No, definitely. Like I said, they're most likely relatives or something, and they're here on vacation. But they do have that ugly thingy. They have an ugly hairdo. At least it's like a woman and her daughter, or her sister at least, and they have an ugly hairdo. They have those hairdos where women have a bun up top like this. It's kind of like a cactus up top. That's the kind of haircut they have, and it's ugly. Black people, generally speaking, black women have that haircut. It's ugly. But let's just say compared to the average Surinamese woman, quote unquote woman, they look relatively good looking. Scale of 1 to 10, I'd say six, six half. Uh, Oreo says, "Hola amigos, hello Oreo." David B says, "Tip the fedora and say my ladies." Yeah, because their hair is not easy to get straight. Yeah. Oh, let me see if I can try to show you guys what. Let me see if I can show you what they look like. Let me see. What are you guys discussing about, by the way? Just miscellaneous things. At this point, you can just go along with it. In the beginning, I discussed how doing business as an occult seller, someone that sells occult services, can be is detrimental, okay, in the business world because most businesses suspect you of being a scammer. That's the general consensus. So things businesses that you need as intermediaries like payment processors and things like that, they automatically have a negative bias towards you. It's like racism, being discriminated against because you're black, because you're an occult seller, you sell occult items and all the problems associated with it. But at this point, I'm long done with that. Okay, the stream started outside. Holy crap! Can you imagine? But and I moved inside. Can you imagine if I were outside, that I might have seriously, that those women would have taken a look at what I'm doing because people are nosy. They would have taken a look at what I'm doing. What's that guy doing on the balcony? And I might have said hi and shit. We'll see. Um, yeah, this is in any case. This is in any case what they look like, but not nearly as good looking. This woman is like an 8, but that's what they look like. Disregard the hair, of course. They have that ugly. They have those ugly buns on their heads. It's nasty. But for the rest, they look relatively okay compared to what I usually see here or what I'm used to seeing here. Spinosaurus says Romanian girls are very nice. They are good looking. Yes, I know. Romanian, Ukrainian girls, women from the Baltic states. Hmm. Women from the Baltic states, generally speaking, or the Balkans, are delicious, as well as Scandinavian women. David B says her hair though like a lion. Hmm. Victor G says, I'll be in Romania in a few days. Tell me more. Sometimes I end up confusing Budapest with Bucharest. Romania's capital is Bucharest, right? And Budapest is where? Spinosaurus says, well, it's pretty poor. Yeah, I know, Spinosaurus. You don't have to tell me that. I am familiar with Romania not being, too strong economically. Budapest is thingy again? Is Hungary's capital, right? I always confuse those two capitals with each other. Yeah, Budapest is in Hungary, whereas Bucharest is in Romania. Definitely. Definitely, Romania. Let me just check out briefly. Cost of living in Romania, prices in Romania, in euros. In euros. I said in euros. The average person in Romania makes 530 euros. Is that true? Yeah, I know you have the Romanian lira, right? Or something, yeah. But I automatically just set euro as a price. 4 lei is 1 euro. Yeah. Yeah. That's not too bad. 530 euros a month. It's at least better than Moldova. Moldova is like, holy shit, European version of Suriname. Ugh. When I first saw Moldova, I was like, holy crap. Victor G says Romania is awesome. What do you mean? It's probably the most advanced country from Eastern Europe. You're Romanian, nice. Well, nah, that's a stretch. I mean, come on, let's be serious, okay? I won't say that Romania is the most advanced country of Western Europe. There are still a bunch of pretty good contenders, including Hungary. David B. It looks like after a war or something so desolate. Moldova, yeah, I know. Yeah, definitely. Holy crap, Moldova really needs help, okay? Moldova really needs help. Victor G says, well, who is more advanced in Western Europe? Spinosaurus says Hungary is pretty shit. I've been there. Really? Even Budapest? Because as far as I know, Hungary isn't doing that bad. Hungary is pretty much one of the thingies. I mean, Hungary isn't doing that bad as far as I know. I don't know. Let me see. In euros, the average person in Hungary makes 640 euros a month. See, that's not too bad. It's higher than Romania, I think. Yeah. But what I meant not Hungary, I meant Bulgaria. I confused them. I thought so. Yeah, no, Bulgaria. Yeah, I'm also familiar with Bulgaria. I know, I know. I David B says you can help rebuilding it. Maybe that would be your magnum opus. LOL. Listen, if Moldova wants to give me a free pass into Europe, then yes, no questions asked. I have no issue devoting myself to Moldova, but no, Moldova has nothing to begin with. So yeah, Moldova reminds me of the monkey emoji, like the, see no evil monkey. Victor Jesus, also Hungary is not Eastern Europe; it's considered Central Europe. Yeah, Eastern, Central, it's more borderish. Yeah, I know. But usually people are prone, and I myself have been guilty every now and then of considering every country that's not. I'm just used to. A lot of people are used to, and including me, are used to simply dividing Europe into East and West. So basically, any country that's not Western is Eastern automatically to me. So when saying Western country, I automatically think about what Germany, France, the Netherlands, Belgium, blah 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 blah. Blah. And whenever I, say Eastern Europe, I automatically think about Norway, Sweden, Serbia, Russia, Moldova, Georgia, Malta, Cyprus, maybe, the Czech Republic, Hungary, Finland. Some of them aren't black and white, but yeah, people have a tendency to do that. It's just easier. And honestly, Scandinavian countries are more Nordic. Yeah. So Sweden, Norway, and so on. These countries are more Greenland, even Iceland. They're Nordic countries. So yeah. Oh, David B says people call Eastern Europe because of the USSR. Yeah, I know. Because most of the countries originated after the fall of the USSR. All of this was Soviet territory. The Ukraine, Serbia, all of those countries. And after the USSR collapsed, a bunch of countries demanded freedom, even Belarus. So yeah. Spinosaurus also in Romania. People are narrow-minded, which sucks. Narrow-minded in what way exactly? In which way exactly? Jesus, what I'm saying is Romania is probably more advanced in Eastern Europe. Second probably is Bulgaria. That's sad if Bulgaria is second in that list of yours. And if Romania is thingy. I have a friend that lives in Romania on Facebook, but yeah, he also told me that the majority of the biggest problem that he has are money issues in terms of starting up his own business because he is also an entrepreneur. I forgot his name. I rarely talk to him. That's because the only thing we had in common generally are occultism, but he only occultism in a superficial way. So yeah. Oreo is asking me what do your banners in the balcony mean? It's simply my same Lord banners, Samael Sandalphon banner, the black one. Oh, Homer Simpson says, is it possible to evoke even though you're born to be an invoker, like more difficult to evoke? Yeah, but it's unlikely. It all depends on the circumstances and the individual. David B says Bulgaria is suffering from a huge population exodus, though. Yeah, I can see that happening. Victor Jesus, fair enough. Serbia wasn't part of the union, by the way. Yeah, but it's just an example, I'm just grouping it together. I know that Serbia has a long history. Okay, Serbia things aren't black and white. After Ottoman occupation, Serbia gained its independence for a good while, but yeah, Serbia is also not one of those countries that are black and white. But I think after the USSR collapse, it was what Georgia, Belarus. Belarus used to be called White Russia. Ukraine, and a couple of other countries, a good deal of them, they demanded independence. Spinosaurus says they hate gay people, and if someone tries to challenge their beliefs, they get angry. Sounds almost like they sound a lot like Muslims or thingy Jehovah's Witnesses. Victor Jesus, well, Bulgaria is not bad in terms of standards or paying. Yeah, I know, but still, that's not everything. Here is also not bad in terms of paying, in terms of standards. I mean, If you make the kind of money that I do, then yeah, I mean, daily expenses are barely even $20 or something, but still, it's still not worth it. There's a reason that cost of living is so cheap. If a country's cost of living is cheap, then it usually means that the country isn't very valuable or worth a lot. Bluntly put. Spinosaurus says at least the older generation. Yeah, I can see that happening. David B says, do you think Kosovo is Serbian territory rightfully? No, no. It used to be Montenegro and Serbia and Montenegro. Montenegro literally separated itself from Serbia, and Kosovo also. Kosovo, I think Kosovo has some issues with being recognized internationally, but Kosovo is not effectively a part of Serbia, as far as I know. In any case, I'd never grouped them together. No. Victor G says, David, no reason to get into that, I think. No, it's okay. I don't mind. Okay. I have no problem. I just spoke my mind. David B says, I'm just curious about the opinion. Yeah, I know. No. Listen, no one has to feel offended or similar, okay? It's not black and white, okay? It's ever since Yugoslavia collapsed, all of these guys used to belong to Yugoslavia, but ethnic tensions and minor differences between people that lived within Yugoslavia, like Croats, Serbs, and whatnot, Slovenia too, simply caused Yugoslavia to collapse after Tito died or something. Whatever the fuck happened to Tito. And yeah, I mean, if any country has a right to declare itself independent as long as they feel that they're too different. I mean, by that fucking logic, Guyana could have just become one gigantic country. You know, all the Guyanas could have banded together, French Guyana, Suriname, as well as Guyana. The only barrier is language, but for the rest, it's just the same. It's pretty much the same. Homer Simpson says, okay, thanks for the answers. I have to go now. Bye. Oreo says, do you have any article on how to evoke and invoke? Not really. Into detail? No, you'd have to buy my e-course. Victor G says, Bulgaria is a first world country. However you put at it, it's just on the bottom of the list of first world countries. So it's the best, it's the worst of the best. Victor G says, by that I mean here we have the benefits of all first world countries with the exceptions that we sometimes fail the standards, but the overall direction it's heading in is the right way. I remember I used to have a Dutch girlfriend, right? Not romantically, just a Dutch female friend. And she went on vacation to Bulgaria because I think there was some distant relative there or in-laws and that invited them. And they tried to she told me too that that people tried to get an arranged marriage, or family members tried to arrange a marriage between her and and some kind of cousin or something, because Bulgaria isn't doing so well. So yeah, they're looking for money and a better living standard. So yeah. Oreo is asking me, how much does your e-course cost? Hold on for a second, I'll show it to you. E-course in magic, e-course in astrology, as well as the egregore store. Hold on. E-course in magic is here. Go on. The e-course in astrology is here. And this is the egregore store. So that's it. So hold on. Let me just check out Bulgaria. Select country, Bulgaria. Euros. In euros. Average monthly net salary is 499 euros in Bulgaria, rounded off to 500 euros. That's not bad. David B says, just people literally invade Croatia and Bulgaria for vacation. Yeah, it's normal for bordering countries to, for people to simply cross bordering countries. Going on vacation is easy that way. Dutch friends of mine, they also love to go on vacation to Greece and nearby regions. It's nothing short of normal, it's easy. Or going on vacation to Germany, it's literally just a couple of hours worth driving and that's it. Victor G says David B. through also Germany and Russian people. That's good, exactly. I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with it. Tourism. I don't have a problem with people coming to Suriname. They can knock themselves out. It only, brings more money to here, tourism wise. But why they would come on vacation here, I have no idea. Most likely because they can't afford anything. David B says Black Sea has a lot of benefits for one's health. Victor G says, oh yes, I live on the shore. It's amazing. However, I'm lucky to be in one of the most beautiful places. Oreo says an evocation or invocation, bro. Yes, my magic, my course, my occult course, okay, is on invocation. That's the first link? Yeah, the first link I sent you. The course in magic specifically covers invocation. Hmm. There are also a couple of countries that not a lot of people are familiar with in Europe. Countries you've never heard of. Georgia is one of them. I mean, ask someone here where Georgia is, problem. Ask them where Lithuania is. They don't even know Lithuania. Majority of imbecilic vermin here, they don't know where Lithuania is or that Lithuania even exists. Uh, Luxembourg is also one of them. Liechtenstein. I'm familiar with all of these countries. I had a good customer from Luxembourg. uh, David B says when you ask where Georgia is, they refer to the U.S. They're not even they don't even know that. If you ask them where Georgia is, they won't even come to that conclusion. As in, it's in the U.S., right? It's where Atlanta is, Atlanta, Georgia. No. Victor G says I know both Lithuania and Georgia, but that's because I know people from there. Yeah. I once also briefly contemplated moving to Georgia. So Georgia and Europe, obviously, but yeah. That was just a stupid, superficial thought. Oh, any reason? No, no real reason. But I just thought to myself, Georgia isn't a bad fit. But yeah. Spinosaurus, I think a good place to move to is Germany. That's a good one. With all those Syrian refugees there and with Angela Merkel losing her mind. No, 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 no. I don't want people to see me as a Syrian refugee. Thank you very much. Otherwise, I'm going to get pissed and all hell's going to break loose. David B says Georgian language and alphabet looks so like from another world. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I almost forgot. Was the Ukraine was never able to do anything about Russia annexing the Crimea, right? Russia just said, "Okay, we've got dibs, it's ours now," and that was it, right? I mean, Ukraine doesn't have the capability of fighting back. Not insulting Ukraine, but the way I see it, Crimea belongs to the Russians. Period. I mean, the referendums that you're referring to, David B, is just talk. I just imagine Putin just going like, yeah, 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 blah blah, fucking blah. Say whatever you want to say. It's ours. Period. I mean, honestly, no one can seriously pose any real aggression towards Russia. I mean, the US can just complain, but the US offering aid would be too much, would ruffle too many feathers, and it would might potentially lead to a third world war. So yeah. Victor Jesus, even if Ukraine fights back, it won't be for their benefit to piss Russia off. They might get demolished. Yeah, exactly. I know. That's what I mean. I mean, it's like, Russia might literally just annex the entirety of the Ukraine again. I do love Ukraine's flag, though. God, I love that flag. The second I saw their flag, I was like, oh, look how beautiful that flag is. The blue, yellow. Those colors go so well together. They remind me of the sky, with the sun and the sky and all, a cloudless sky. I also love Ukrainian women. I've seen a bunch of Ukrainian women, just amateur models, and I was like, yeah, hubba hubba. Poland has the same flag, Poland's flag is white, is red white, right? But I'm a bit indifferent towards Poland. I'm, I have nothing against Poland, but I'm not really a big Polish fan. Spinosaurus says in Budapest, the women are one of the best I've seen. Yeah, Hungarian women tend to be beautiful. My back then, the person with whom I was friends, he showed me. He was someone that attended university. He was still relatively young in his 20s, and he showed me his classmates, and I was like, they look nice. They're not bad looking. If that's what the average woman looks like, definitely. Victor G says Dave is obsessed with Surinamese flags. And what reminds you when you see the Surinamese flag, though? Can you also get poetic about that flag as well? LOL. I told that cab driver, when I look at Suriname's flag, God, how I hate that flag. That flag is a stereotypical, it's a stereotypical nigger flag. I mean, when looking at that flag, it's like, seriously, what the fuck? It's like some kind of, not even the LGBTQ flag is that bad. I mean, green, white, red with the yellow star in the middle. It just screams, stupid African country or similar. Because most African countries have flags like that with their stupid star in the middle. I mean, it's so ugly. I mean, just get a normal fucking flag, a flag that radiates, a flag that radiates excellence at least, or that radiates something, goddammit, that radiates order and structure, something that's refined. But they didn't, instead of hiring a flag designer to actually design something nice, just telling them, listen, this is what we want the flag to symbolize. So that's what it needs to radiate. It needs to radiate excellence. It needs to radiate order and structure. Even if that's not the case in the country, but at least, your flag looks good. But piece of crap flag. It's like, the flag automatically reminds you of the forest, the jungle. Reminds you of some kind of exotic dish, some reddish dish, you know, like that Indian dish that you guys, something like curry or some shit. And it reminds you for the rest of, it just reminds you of several ugly ethnic people living together in disharmony, and just the heat and the stench and every fucking thing. David B says, LOL, or even that yellow star can mean some communism or socialism. No, not even that. Not even that advanced. Victor Jesus, as a typical occultist, you should tell them to reverse that pentagram on the flag and then we can talk. Yeah. You guys, I'm assuming automatically that you guys have looked up Suriname's flag. It's so fucking ugly. It's so ugly, okay? Even the Indian symbol, Justitia, Petrus, and Fides stands for justice. I don't know what the fuck Fides means. It's in Latin, I think. And Pitas, I have no idea. The reason they place Native Americans on that symbol is because Native Americans are Native Americans were the original. They were the natives of South America as a whole. So no, David B says piety and trust. Yeah, thanks. David B says they're not even in Suriname anymore, I bet. Yeah, they are still present, but they're a minority. Even by Surinamese standards, they're a minority. They're like maybe 5%, 10% Native Americans. And most of them are poor as fuck. Not one of them is well off. Most of them live outside the city. And I actually like going to places that they live at because, where they're at is, of course, there's nothing there. It's not even developed, nothing, just a bunch of stupid, worthless shacks, but it is peaceful and quiet. Native Americans aren't exactly, they're not rambunctious people. All they want to do is just lie in a hammock all day and like, that's all they do. That's their way of life. They want to do as little as possible, and they're also broke as fuck. I mean, seriously, no money whatsoever. I mean, when the international airport in Suriname is situated maybe 30 kilometers outside the city or 50 kilometers outside the city, and it's situated 50 kilometers outside the city, and you'll encounter basically an Indian or a Native American community when driving outside the city called white sand in Surinamese. It's called white sand because the sand starts becoming white in those regions or in that region, in that part of Suriname. and these guys, they just confiscated land. Okay, they don't even have the money to build a proper house. They live in rundown shacks, most of them, and they don't have fences. They don't have gates or anything, so you can easily walk all the way up to their houses from the street out. And yeah, that's pretty much it. For the rest, they're like black people. They just copulate and just procreate like vermin. Honestly, I mean, these guys live off of maybe $150 a month or some shit, and yet they have 3 or 4 children. And yeah, the only benefit is that Native Americans, they really know the lay of the land, literally. So if you want to go into the jungle, definitely go with a Native American. The guy can easily spot all wild animals. So he could spot a snake long before you even thought about seeing a snake or something closely resembling it. You name it. They make excellent forest guides or jungle guides. And 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 yeah, that's pretty much it. And yeah, like I said, they confiscated land. They didn't. You don't even have to bother asking them for a deed to the land that they live on or that they built on. That's also the benefit of Suriname. Okay, a worthless piece of crap like Suriname. If you just go into the jungle, you don't even really have to go too far. Just go into the jungle, burn open a patch of land, and it's automatically yours. Just have someone land measurer come by to officially, put it in your name, put the paperwork in, and you're done. You could just take a stick. Okay, from now on, from here, starting from here to all the way over there is mine. That's it. No, you don't need to buy any land or anything like that. You can just claim land. The only drawback is that there's nothing there, developed wise and so on. So the road is going to be shit, of course. Um David B says, sounds like it's time to colonize. Yeah, definitely. Believe me, if I had to stay in Suriname, that's what I would do. I would literally go outside the city, not too far, maybe an hour or two outside the city, and I just colonize the place. I burn open a good deal of the jungle, and I take huge acres of land, and I build my house there, and it would be so beautiful, the peace and tranquility and everything. Being close to nature, I might plant fruit trees and have them grow in time. I also might I also might I might have a road built, not literally a road, just at least a sandy road, just have a piece of land opened up and flatten the ground flatten the soil in order to have a drivable road on. Uh, the only drawback is that, yeah, infrastructure, electricity, indoor plumbing, so water and internet's going to be one hell of a fucking problem. But yeah, there are ways around that. There are ways in which one could be able to circumvent it. At the very least, mobile internet has to be available. There's a beautiful Native American village here called Red Soil that is outside the city, and I loved it the second I visited it. I was like, oh god, the place is so beautiful. I can hear leaves falling. It's so quiet. Nothing, not a peep, nothing. I just loved it there. I was like, oh, I want to live here. And they have everything. They have a huge fucking satellite, a huge fucking dish or an antenna. So you have everything there, internet, electricity, water, everything's there. And it's a closed community. I think less than 100 people live there. And it's so primitive. They do have a store in which you can buy local stuff. So if you need small things like toilet paper and food and cans and whatnot, you can buy it there. Eh, I think they resupply regularly, obviously. And it's not even far. The road to there is good, relatively good. It's not too bad. In any case, you can go with a normal car, a sedan car. Uh, where is it? I have recorded it. I think in the near future, maybe in a couple of days, I'm going to show you guys how ugly the fucking city really is. I mean, the markets, it looks like some fucking scene out of Africa. I'm going to wear my hidden camera because otherwise people are going to make too much of a fuss in the sense of don't record, you don't have the right to record me, blah, 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 blah. And it's just easier to avoid situations like that because these stupid parasites don't realize that lawfully, by law, I don't need anyone's permission. If I'm on your private property, then it's something different. But if I'm on public terrain, I can record whomever I want, whatever the fuck I want. But yeah, it's just easier. Since I already have a hidden camera and so on, I can easily just strap it to my chest. And no one has any fucking idea what I'm doing. Most of them are too stupid. So yeah. So that you guys can see for yourself what the fucking market looks like and what, just how ugly it is African wise. Yeah, red soil. Let me see red soil. I'll show you guys it. Come on, red soil. Get lost. Yeah, this is red soil. That's the monument at the entryway of the village. I had two videos on it. That's the first video and the other one's the second. Let me see how much. Let me see how much the average person in the average person in Ukraine makes. The average person in the Ukraine makes 295 euros a month. Wow, that's fucked up. That's not good at all. No, it's not as bad as Suriname, but it's still a bit bad by European standards. If it be says it's because of the conflict as well. Yeah, I understand. Instability leads to political instability, leads to economic stagnation, right? That's what you mean. I know. Yeah, I mean, no one was willing to invest if the country is that unstable and if it could cease to exist or be invaded by Russia at any given moment. No one wants that kind of instability. So, yeah, entrepreneurs and people that usually bring in money to boost the economy will stay away. So, yeah. No, but that's bad. I wasn't aware it was that bad. Second, I saw 295 euros. I was like, holy crap. Okay. I mean, no, the Ukraine comes off so beautifully in every other aspect. The Ukraine comes off as being so beautiful. Their flag is so beautiful. And then the country has these kind of issues. It's a shame, really. And I think, yeah, in Eastern Europe, mail order brides or something like Russian mail order brides are a lot more prevalent, right? I remember seeing a documentary once about the Ukraine and about women that are literally pimping themselves out for marriage. So they basically just seek out any kind of Western, and they seek out anyone that has money, really. Doesn't matter where that person is from, and they just leave with that person or something like that, and just for the sake of money. I mean, just as a means of a better life. I remember, David B. I distinctly remember that I remember that documentary. It wasn't too long ago. I remember watching it, but I can't find it anymore. I think if I were to look for it. David B says that's like 50 euros more than Suriname. And regarding the marriage bet, it depends, but can be true. Victor G is asking me whether my main income is from the occult practices these days. Yes. It's not if it's not a secret. Yes, of course. I'm an occultist. That's what I do for a living. So yeah. That's where my income comes from. But yeah. I know that Eastern European women, since Eastern Europe isn't as a whole isn't doing too well, women are more prone to, resorting to gold diggerishness. So the second they see a guy that has money, a guy that at least has 1,000 euros, it's like, oh, I mean, someone in the Ukraine, if you see someone that has 1,000 euros, it's like, oh, and the smiles will begin. Hello, how are you doing? Whereas before it was, yes, what do you want? And I'm not really in favor of that. I mean, money can be important, but not to the extent that your entire attitude is dependent or reliant upon money. I mean, you're just asking to be treated like cattle because that's how I'm going to treat you. I mean, you're like my cow, you know. I'm going to milk you for all your work, but you're my cow. You don't deserve respect, in my opinion, if you are literally putting yourself up like that, like you're something that can be bought and sold. I'm of the opinion that you should simply be, you should simply, if you're a woman, you should get by on your own terms, you know. Don't suck up to a guy just for the sake of money. Hank Hill says, hey Morino, can't catch these live stream often, but I still tune in and listen at work and such. What was today's main topic? Today's main topic, Hank Hill, was about the adversaries that occult sellers face due to the stigma being present of them being scammers and whatnot. So if you want to open up your own occult business, or if you want to sell occult related services, you're automatically not given the benefit of a doubt, and you're automatically at a setback because a bunch of companies that you need to do business with in order to have your business develop successfully or come to a good expansion. A lot of these businesses will either shun you or will not want to take you on as a customer because of the nature of what you offer, the nature of what, because of the nature of what it is that you sell. For example, payment processors literally not helping you out because you're an occult thingy, because you offer occult or psychic based services. I mean, you can actually find it in the terms of service. A simple example is the checkout. The checkout clearly states in their thingy, the checkout.com. They have in the terms of services, it clearly says so that things that they don't help customers with, or they don't take on vendors or sellers that offer these services, alcohol, any kind of illegal thing like child prostitution or prostitution or stuff, and it just goes on. Okay, bottom line is that there's a list, and among that list is anything of a psychic nature, so astrology, fortune telling of any kind, and stuff like that. They don't. They don't accept you or take you on as a customer. That is what today's main topic was. But we're already well past that. We're already well past that, and right now we're just discussing miscellaneous things. I was discussing, last but not least, the sad state of Eastern Europe and the Ukraine, and how Ukraine's flag is so beautiful and their women are so beautiful, and yet the country is in deep shit, economically speaking. Didn't expect that. 295 euros. Still 50 euros more than this shithole, but yeah. By European standards, it's bad. Ugh. And up to this day, it's still not a black and white matter, right? I can't put my finger on what Russia is seen as, whether Russia is seen as European or Asian, because I consider Russia European, not Asian. But geographically speaking, Russia is Asian. So kind of like a mind fuck, you know. It's like a mind fuck. What the fuck? Is it European? Is it Asian? What? Some people also use the phrase Eurasian. Doesn't just apply to Russia, I think. Also applies to Turkey, I think Tunisia and whatnot. Maybe Tunisia not as much because they're seen as being African. But Turkey likes to see itself. Turkey is a member of the European Union, so they like to see themselves as European, whereas the rest of Europe doesn't, or at the very least, the most of Europe doesn't. Victor Jesus, Russia just has a European part in terms of culture, almost nothing in common. I agree. Russia has a unique culture, but Russia still reminds me of, Russia still reminds me of the Baltic states. So yeah, Russia is still Baltic since they're the ones that pretty much started the whole Baltic lifestyle. I wonder, let me see, how much does the average person in Russia make? Russia still uses the ruble, right? Their own ruble. Victor Jesus, by the way, Turkey is not in the European Union, just saying. Okay, because last time I checked, they either were in the Union or they simply applied to be in the Union or something. Victor G, what am I saying? David B, have you become mute or are you just hiding in the background? Russia, the average Russian makes 444 euros a month. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's just try the capital. Let's try Moscow. Moscow, where are you? You know, because it also obviously also differs by city. But let's just say in euros. The average person in Moscow makes 917 euros. Seriously? Assuming that that's true, holy crap, that's good. It's quite good. Victor Jesus, I think that negotiating being in the union, but still you need a passport for there. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if Russia really makes that, if the average person in Moscow really does make 917 euros a month, then that's not bad at all. Victor Jesus, well, Moscow and St. Petersburg are the richest cities. Yes, those are also the most well-known cities, but people don't make a lot in poorer regions, of course. They're not the model for the entire country. Yeah, I know, obviously. I mean, I've seen how broke people in Russia can be. Uh, I mean, what was I gonna, let's see, what was I gonna say again? Victor Jesus is mostly a village country. Yeah, I know. Village country. St. Petersburg. Uh, St. Petersburg, let's see. St. Petersburg, the average person in St. Petersburg makes 602 euros a month. Victor Jesus, despite of all the aristocratic history. Yes. I think David B is either not, he was either unconscious, he's either unconscious or he went back to sleep or he's busy doing something. He had to go to the bathroom or some shit. Yeah. And yeah, I've also come to the Kremlin is also on my bucket list of the places that I want to visit. I definitely want to go to the Kremlin. I want to visit the Kremlin. I want to see the Kremlin at least once. I want to stand in front of the Kremlin, damn it. And Victor Jesus, St. Petersburg is actually the city with the most millionaires, over 100,000, I think. Okay. Russia is also quite corrupt, right? The way that I understand it. Not as corrupt as piece of shit Suriname, but still corrupt. Actually, I remember seeing a video too in which they discussed it, and a woman told a story about how she needed to get a driver's license and she had to wait 3 months longer just because she wasn't willing to pay off the driving instructor or something like that. And it leads all the way up to Putin. It leads all the way up into the Kremlin and everything, and Russia's political office or House of Parliament, you name. So yeah, definitely. But again, you can't compare it. Okay, Russia has so many people. I mean, come on, you can't compare it. Russia has how many? How many people does Russia have? Russia population. Let's see. Russia has 144 million people. 44 and a half. Last statistical survey in 2017. Look at that. And then let's see how much the crime thing is. Russia. Let's see. Corruption. Problem corruption and bribery, 74%. High. Yeah. 74% of Russia is corrupt. Okay. That's still good. Russia has 144 million people. So yeah. 74% is like what? 144 and a half million divided by 100 times 74 times 1 million. Holy crap. That means 106 million people. Well, let's just say 107, round it off to 107 million are corrupt. Still good. Still not as bad. I mean, Suriname doesn't even have a million people, a measly 500,000. And corruption ratio is 85%. It's fucking ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. For the rest, crime rates in Russia are good, relatively good. David B is back. David B, I'm assuming that you had to go to the bathroom or something. David B says 85%. Well, you can bribe your way to any position. Or if you're thingy, if you have a woman, you can literally fuck your way to the top. You can be as illiterate as you want to be. You don't even need to speak any language. You don't need to do shit. So yeah, again, you can't compare it. Listen, okay, Russia 74% corruption. Russia has 144.5 million people. Suriname can't even bring up a measly fucking million, and corruption ratio is 85%. Victor Jesus, maybe you can bribe yourself to better internet, maybe. No, no, no. Again, if I were a woman, maybe an attractive woman, I could sleep with a guy, and yeah, I could get better internet that way, but no. I'm not going to be a man whore. David B says I was hanging the clothes so they dry. Oh, okay. You still hang your clothes? I take mine to a dry cleaner. I take my clothes to a dry cleaner. I just save it up and I take it to a dry cleaner. It's not expensive. Dry cleaner is what? Even my local standards, it's not expensive. I remember telling someone once, hey, I have no idea why more people don't do it because I've noticed that only rich people, people that have the money go to the dry cleaners like me. But it's not expensive even by local standards. The average person here makes like 2,000 Surinamese dollars a month, and going to the dry cleaners, 5 kilograms worth of clothing, just mundane clothing, is what? Under $100, $80, maybe 80 Surinamese dollars. That's like 10 euros. I mean, 10 euros out of the what? 200 euros you make a month? That's good. Victor G says, yeah, I always go to dry cleaning for clothes. Are you kidding me? Ever since I discovered that Suriname had an actual dry cleaning place, I said to myself, I'm not washing clothes, never ever again. I also washed my clothes back in the day, semi-automatic washing machine and everything. But I was like, fuck that, no. I'm just gonna have my clothes washed. Why would I literally go through the tedious process of washing my clothes? I mean, here you have people that literally just wash their clothes the old-fashioned way, They hang their clothes out to dry. It takes up the entire Sunday. So most people wash their clothes on Sunday. They do laundry on Sunday. I'm not doing any goddamn laundry. Fuck it, no. So yeah, I'm not doing that. No, definitely not. Just bring my clothes to a dry cleaner. Besides, I only go to the dry cleaners what once every 3 weeks or something. So yeah. Victor Jesus, I only wash my socks since I don't want to punish the staff. The dry cleaning, smelly feet, stinky Bulgarian feet. I don't have any of those issues. Nothing of mine smells really. So yeah, no one has any issues. David B says also regarding Ukraine, I have to say that even the average salary is not high. Ukrainians I've met are really hardworking. I bet even some girl from Ukraine would marry me just because of my passport and citizenship. I don't have a problem with it as long as she's hot. I mean, Ukrainian women can be so fucking beautiful. I'd marry a Ukrainian woman, I think. I mean, I'd break my own things. I'd say, fuck it. I said to myself, I'm never gonna get married, but I will change my mind for the right circumstances. Definitely, definitely. As long as she proves her worth, As long as she knows how to suck cock and stuff. She looks great, beautiful blonde and everything, and she knows how to suck a dick. Sold. Disney Shunak says Astana in Kazakhstan is full of rich people. Yeah, Kazakhstan is also one of those unknown countries. The only reason I know of Kazakhstan's existence was because of Borat, and even people from Kazakhstan have visited my website. Disney Shunak says Freemasons built that city, Kazakhstan. David B says Borat is cool. Yeah, I mean Borat is honestly Kazakhstan should thank Borat, the movie Borat, because thanks to Borat, Kazakhstan is getting a lot of tourism, especially from Americans. Definitely. And there are a bunch of Stanic countries like that: Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, These are all also unknown countries, but even they're more known than Suriname, I think. Uzbekistan, yeah, and attention. Kyrgyzstan. I always have difficulty pronouncing Kyrgyzstan. Hank Hill says, I was thinking it might be in your favor to marry a woman from a country of your choice. Well, no. It might be in my favor, but I'm not actively going to look for a marriage partner like that. I am someone of Hank. I appreciate the idea, Hank Hill, but no. I do things on my own strength, I don't like piggybacking off of others. I do things my own way. I mean, if I can't leave piece of shit Suriname, then I don't deserve to leave it, in my opinion. This is where I prove to myself that, that I deserve to go somewhere else because of proving my worth as a human being. If I'm incapable of leaving, then I failed myself, period. Tajikistan, Victor Jesus, you should also watch Borat's alter ego, Ali G. It's hilarious. Yeah, I'm familiar with Ali G. Oh, or Bruno, Borat's hilarious. Yeah, Borat is hilarious, but yeah, Sacha Baron Cohen is running out of ideas, I think. I don't blame him. I mean, I also like Thingy. Oh, God, that was hilarious. I like the parody version he did of Saddam Hussein, the dictator. Oh, God, that made me laugh so much. The dictator. Made me laugh so much. Especially the part where he wanted the rocket to be pointy. And the scientist is explaining to him, that rocket scientist, that the the shape of the rocket has nothing to do with its effectiveness, and he just executes everyone. Execute him. Have him executed. I want my rocket to be pointy. Have him executed. And when he first discovers masturbation, oh God, that fucking makes me laugh so much. uh, and the phrases that he used too, that they just the inventive phrases, I think. My bilbul. And he told his assistant, I yank on my bilbul and my own Lebanon come out. Henkel says occult based movies usually suck, but the movie Angel Heart would be worth watching if you haven't seen it. Yes, most occult movies suck. We've already discussed that in the past, and you weren't around in David Hank Hill, unfortunately. Angel Heart, yes, I remember Angel Heart. No, I remember it. I remember Angel Heart. Now that I'm looking it up, yeah, I remember it. Yeah, I remember it. And a lot of people like Angel Heart. It has 3 stars and up. I remember Angel Heart. I have seen it, but I remember I it's been a good while ago. It's worth watching, David B. You can watch it. Okay, it's not tremendous, but it's still worth watching. Another one too that I love was Devil's Advocate with Keanu Reeves and Al Pacino. That's a really old movie too. It's not really a cult. It's more about Satan and the devil and bullshit. But still, it's a very nice movie. Devil's Advocate. It's very nice. I'm assuming that most of you have seen Devil's Advocate, right? Uh, Devil's Advocate. Yeah, I think Thingy's also in it. What's it called? Spinosaurus has never even heard of it. Okay, I'd advise you to rewatch it. Okay, Devil's Advocate. It is fucking the shit. Okay. Uh, Devil's Advocate is nice. Not Uma Thurman, I think. Charlize Theron is also in it, and the movie has a lot of nudity too. Movie was, especially for back in the day, it was holy crap. The movie was sick. It was in 19. The movie's a 1997 movie. Movie is great. No complaints. Devil's Advocate. You guys can watch it here for free. Hank Hill says it's not the best, but it's not bad. Yeah, that used to be my favorite growing up, Devil's Advocate. Victor G says there are decent occult movies, but they are usually movies where just occult elements are taken and just placed properly. Where in most cases the occult is being very misrepresented, and that's why most occult people get butthurt by those movies. Yeah, Yeah, but I don't get butthurt, but it's an insult to what you do. Especially, I mean, if I movies like Hereditary, I was just like, what the fuck? Because they just took Paimon's name and that's it. They took Paimon's name and that was it. I was like, oh, what the? It was just stupid. It's like when you're a cab driver, and you're watching a movie in which cab drivers are grossly misrepresented to the point where you go that that's not the way things work. That's not what I do at all. Okay, this is a gross misrepresentation. I mean, you wouldn't like it either. Okay, no normal person would. Not so much that you're offended, but no. I mean, if it's a parody, then yeah, that's something else. But this isn't a parody. I mean, this is deliberate this is just misinformation, deliberate misinformation. Um Spinosaurus says, "What's your favorite movie genre? Horror, undisputed horror, specifically supernatural horror." Victor G says, "Yes, I agree about Paimon and Hereditary. However, the movie, besides what the actual roles of the occult are, was okay." Yeah, but the movie was more a lot of blah blah blah. To be honest, I watched the movie and I was like, the movie did nothing for me. I was like, is this seriously supposed to be scary? Spinosaurus says he likes science fiction. Yeah, science fiction like Alien, I'm assuming, right? Hmm. Like Alien too. Not all the Alien movies, but the ones that are worth watching. Victor G says also there is a theory that demons just like being mentioned on various places amongst humanity and won't really care about the context that they are presented in. Yeah, that's normal, okay? That's the equivalent of the saying. That rings true to the saying. You're saying that that's an open-minded view. No, that's normal, yeah. I mean, there's a saying, right, that even bad advertisement is still advertisement, and that even bad news is still news. So yeah, I mean, even if you're represented, even if someone speaks ill of you, you're still mentioned. And yeah, these spirits like that, of course. They like being mentioned because being mentioned simply means that you won't be forgotten and that you'll still be empowered. That's how it all works. So yeah, Paimon is glad about the attention. Paimon could care less whether they make him out to be some piece of crap. He doesn't care. Even bad attention is good attention. And fantasy, Spinosaurus says. David B says those are classics. Same for Kazakhstan. LOL. Even it was showing like people from Kazakhstan are living in the 18th century. It was still a good ad. Yeah, like I said, even slander is still attention. Victor Jesus, probably not by chance that Paimon is the most mentioned demon amongst Arthur horror movies, even in computer games. No, that's not it, okay? There are plenty of spirits that are mentioned more, I think. Hereditary was the only real thing in which I heard Paimon. Paimon is also mentioned in a couple of video games, but I've heard Thingy mentioned more. Samael has been mentioned in Thingy, in in Hellboy. Samael has also been mentioned in so many things. He's been mentioned in music. There is a Swedish heavy metal band called Samael. You name it, it just goes on. Okay, it just keeps going on and on and on and on and on. I remember I played Diablo 2. Diablo 2 was one of my favorite games to play when I had nothing to do. And Mephisto is mentioned, Mephistopheles, Baal is mentioned in Thingy, in Diablo, you name it. Listen, pop media just picks names, okay? They just pick names that seem sick or cool. Literally, if I just basically what someone from pop media does is, hey, I need to write a song. I'm going to write a song. What can I write about? I have a copy of the Goetia. Let's see. Gusion looks interesting. I especially like the thing, the appears like dragon or some shit, and they just go like, Gusion, your beautiful dragon form. That's how someone for pop media thinks. Someone that's involved in that. I like bands like that. There was a band that I like, Lord Belial. I still have Lord Belial's albums. And all they do is sing about Belial. But based on what I can hear, Belial's also told me that that band is seriously involved with him. So they're familiar with him. And when listening to their lyrics and so on, I, aside from some minor things, I can hear that they are familiar with Belial, so they're singing about what they know. So yeah, these guys are most likely occultists or minor occultists. Belial is telling me. I mean, I can literally send you guys a link from Lord Belial. My favorite album by them was The Black Curse. Lord Belial. Um the Black Curse. The Black Curse. And they mentioned Pazuzu in one of their songs. You name it. That's the very first song. Pazuzu, Lord of Fevers and Plague. It's heavy metal, so yeah, just click on that link if you want to, and you'll see for yourself. Hank Hill says I'll look them up. There's so many. I mean, come on. Marduk is another heavy metal band, well-known heavy metal band, especially heavy metal bands. These guys are really heavily into the occult. So yeah, occult black metal. That's why I love these bands. That's why I used to listen to them back in the day. I've covered Kingu on my channel, and I used to love the band Blood of Kingu. I love the fact that their vocalist was sounded so monstrous, and that they really sound occultish. Their music is really mystic. Another band too from the Netherlands that sings about Persian influences. What are they called again? Milikish. You name it. Spinosaurus says, I remember fighting Bale in the second game. David B says, LOL, let me close my eyes and open a random page, and here comes the song. Hank Hill says, anime takes a lot of the names from spirits for characters too. Looking up a name in Google is bound to bring up some random metal band or anime character. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, a lot of Japanese anime creators are picking names from the Goetia and from general Christianity, and they simply assign them names. I remember also watching an anime in which someone that was supposed to be a demon was aspired to kill Satan. I just thought the anime was stupid, but yeah, I didn't care about the names. Uh, Victor G says, Valak sounds cool. Let's name a fucking nun after him and let her character have nothing to do with the actual spirit. Yes, art is basically filled with occult mentionings. David B says, even if you write a Niyar Lahotep from Lovecraft, you'll find anime character. Spinosaurus says Blue Exorcist. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Blue Exorcist is the anime, the name of the anime series. It's about a school kid that carries a sword with him and shit, and bunch of stupid crap. I still watched a couple of episodes. Yeah. So yeah, it's filled with things like that. And that's why I said the Goetia I think is the most popular because there must be millions upon millions of people out there that have a copy of the Goetia. But literally over 90% of them, or over 95%, 85, 95% of them won't be able to even make use of it. It's just there for show because they just think demons are cool. And as far as they're concerned, every spirit in the Goetia mentioned is a demon. Oh, Spinosaurus says, yeah, I saw the first season right now. My favorite anime is Demon Slayer. Yeah, but I mean, it's just cheesy, okay? They use it too easily. It's just cheesy, fucking cheesy. It's just cheesy. I think they primarily also do it to appeal to stupid, superficial people. The kind of people that are attracted to EA Coherence material, They're attracted to superficial occultness and they think, oh, demons are cool and blah, 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 and so on. Otherwise, why don't they use Indian things, Indian gods? Why not use Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, and whatnot? David B says, and then why am I getting so much misfortune? They ask when they mess up. Yeah, like I said, it's like I said, it's honestly, it's just sad to be honest. That something that serious, but yeah, it's the same way that something that serious is being misrepresented or being think like that. But to be fair, okay, in all honesty, um, To be fair and in all honesty, uh, it's the same thing with Jesus. I mean, come on, it's the same thing with Jesus. I mean, Jesus has been parodied so many times. They even abbreviate his name JC. There are plenty of comedies in which Jesus, has a role. Despite the fact that Jesus was such a serious character, and nothing about Jesus is worth laughing about. But people they always find a way to mess up something good or put a comical spin on something that's otherwise serious. Something as serious as death, even. People literally mess up something as serious as death. Something so simple or something that serious can be turned into a comedy. You name it. The Grim Reaper is another example. Grim Reaper is an actual spirit. It's one of Samael's subservience that literally cuts the cord the second you die. That basically cuts that metaphorical cord, kind of like the energy that connects your physical body to your astral body and your soul, and basically the bond between your physical body and your two other bodies are severed. It's serious, but nevertheless, you still have things like the Grim Reaper. I think most of you also are familiar with the cartoon. That cartoon made me fucking laugh so much. Someone says he doesn't mind for the same reasons I just mentioned previously. The Grim Reaper is happy he's getting attention. Even negative attention is still attention. Um, there was a show, The Adventures of Billy and Mandy. It's a show on Cartoon Network, and you've got a kid with a huge nose and a serious blonde girl, a little girl, and then they're friends with the Grim Reaper, and they call him Grim. And Billy speaks so funny. Hi, Grim. Did you finish those errands? And he also says something a couple of other times, and I mean, when I first saw that show, it really made me laugh. And he also, in an episode, he also yells, "Destroy us all!" repeatedly. They're gonna destroy us all! Destroy us all! Destroy us all! I mean, it's so funny. Oh god! I mean, most of you guys, I'm assuming that most of you guys know the Adventures of Billy and Mandy, right? With the Grim Reaper, and they simply call him Grim. Hi, Grim. How are you doing? Uh, Let me see the Adventures of Billy and Mandy. Yeah, the grim adventures of Billy and Mandy. Ha 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 ha. And this is, for example, this is just a video, a short video on the cartoon and what it was about. It makes me laugh so much. Uh, Hank Hill says I watched a show called Good Omens or something and found it severely obnoxious. Oh yeah, I like Hogfather. I think they portrayed that in a cool fashion. Good Omens. I don't know. Good Omens TV series. The fantasy series. She's a fussy angel. Aziraphale and loose living demon Crowley. See another example. They simply took someone from occult literature and named him Crowley. Oh my God. See what I mean? Up to form an unlikely duo. Blah 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 blah. I have no idea who watches this shit. I have no idea who watches this shit. I can say Hank Hill. Totally agree with you. I haven't even seen it, and I can already tell that it's obnoxious. I already agree with you on that point, on that front. David B says to lift it up. They ask when they mess it up to lift it up the seriousness. Hello, well, Crowley. Spinosaurus says I used to love Tom and Jerry. Tom and Jerry. Yeah, most people love Tom and Jerry or Bugs Bunny, but those aren't occult related. Hank Hill says it's bad. They have Sandalphon in there too. Oh God. Yeah, Sandalphon says he doesn't mind, but obviously, again, attention. But nah. Sandalphon is, I think, one of the least well-known angels, not even within occult circles. I remember when I looked up information on Sandalphon, I couldn't find anything. No one, I couldn't find any other person that really worked with Sandalphon or anything like that. And he says that I'm the only one that works with him on such a serious level. He has little followers otherwise. So yeah. Hmm. Oh, close everything. Okay. So does anyone have anything else to say? Anything else on your mind or chest that you want to get off? Anything that you care of sharing? That you care sharing? I love the Hagia Sophia so much. I had it as I placed it on my laptop as a wallpaper, as well as on my mobile phone. Beautiful Hagia Sophia. God, I love it so much. Turn on cell phone. David B says, "How's your progress with the internet?" Victor G also asked me that same question yesterday. Nah, I know there is still no progress. On the one hand, I don't think I'll be able to do live streams anymore, and I'm gonna miss you guys. And I'm also going to miss being able to download things relatively quick in 15 minutes or so if I want to watch a movie. Streaming is smooth. Uh, uh, um, Watching YouTube videos in HD resolution. All of these things are. I'm so used to all of these things. I watch everything in 720 or 1080 pixels. So I will miss that. I really will miss it. God, I'll miss it so much. But on the other hand, I refuse by principle to pay $378 for something that's at most or at best worth $80 or something like that. Even taking Surinam's worth less than nothing into account. Spinosaurus is asking me what's up with your internet. He's not familiar because he wasn't online that day. I'm gonna give you the short scoop, Spinosaurus. Okay, long story short, I pay $378 for 10 MB download and 3 MB upload, and I don't want to anymore. I don't want to anymore. And Kill says you should start your own internet providing company in Suriname. No, that wouldn't help, okay? Because basic rules of supply and demand are taken into account. I can't make money without asking for a lot of money. So yeah, that's not gonna work. It's a nice idea though. No. So yeah, by principle, I don't want to pay for that. I don't want to pay so much for something that's not worth it. And there are a bunch of other things that are wrong with this connection. Okay, the connection is unstable. 1 minute it's 15 MB download, the next minute it's 8, the next minute it's 10. Same goes for the upload speed, and it's also very fragile. The second it starts to rain heavily and accompanied by thunder and lightning, it immediately falls out for a couple of seconds, and it just goes on. You know, Gregory M is also online, and he says every time you talk about how much you pay, it kills me. David B says maybe the government will fund you and your own company. Don't make me laugh. The government can't even spell internet like a startup. Henkel says true. Spinosaurus says, yeah, that is a lot. Yeah, I'm on a global level. I am a person. On a global level, I am one of these people that pays the most for internet. I mean, it's ridiculous, honestly, how much I pay for internet. It's ridiculous. And look at the speed. I mean, it's not even a fucking 100 MB. Even the backup speed that I have, which I pay $40 for, the one that's only 3 MB download and 1 MB upload, even that one is stable. It's not affected by the weather, so it can rain all at once too, and so on, thunder and lightning and everything, and it just stays in place. And even that one is stable. When I measure it on speedtest.net, the gauge, the meter, it doesn't move. It just stays steadily in place, at least download wise. Upload is another fucking story. And I don't know, it's just Digicel is such a cracker. Digicel is such a fucking piece of shit. So yeah, I'm honestly, I'm also undecided. On the one hand, I really want to. I don't want to pay $378 anymore. I really want to rid myself of this financial burden, to so to speak. It's like it's the equivalent of paying literally $50 for a small bag of potato chips. Can you imagine that? Buying a bag of potato chips or buying Cheetos, and then yeah, a bag of Cheetos costs $50. Uh-uh. It's just uh-uh. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, I will miss all the shit that I was supposed to do. I won't be able to watch videos in HD anymore. I'll have to watch it with the regular resolution, 480 pixels. I won't be able to stream movies optimally anymore. And I hate watching a movie when I stream it. All of a sudden, it starts to lag. I just don't feel like watching that movie anymore. If I want to download movies or download any content, I'm gonna have to literally set one day aside to do it. So, for example, I'm gonna have to download it when I'm asleep, so that it has enough time. Because downloading a simple fucking movie with that 3 MB download speed, it will take 3 to 4 hours, whereas with the Digicel speed, it only takes like 15 minutes or some shit. Um, well, yeah, I will miss those things, and most importantly, I don't think no more live streaming. I think. I mean, I don't even think that 0.9 MB upload speed is enough to live stream. I don't know if it will be capable of live. If I do manage the live stream, then don't be surprised when you guys see me go like this. That uh 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 uh. Don't be surprised if that's the case. It's just such a load of shit. So yeah, so it feels like I'm caught between a rock or a hard. It's like I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. Okay, it's like Sophie's choice. I have to make a choice when I don't want to make a choice. Even the $40 is a lot, but yeah, I can't pay any lower than $40. So I don't know. But bottom line is, I don't want that 378 fucking dollar internet speed. I'd like it if the speed was actually worth something. I I if I do retain that connection, if I do retain that connection, I will. If I do retain that connection, I am going to make high demands. I'll just tell them, listen, I've thought about it long and hard, and I'm not gonna lie, I really want to terminate that subscription based on all the aforementioned reasons that I put on paper for you and sent to you by mail that you're familiar with, Mr. Manager, whatever the hell your name is. I am willing to retain that subscription, but I want a higher download as well as an upload speed. So, I'll tell them I want at least 15 MB download and at least 5 MB upload. At least. Otherwise, no, you can forget about it. I'm done with you guys. David B says, I agree with that. Gregory must be out of pure gold. Those Cheetos. LOL. Gregory M says, just to leave peacefully. Before you go, ask them to cut your bill in half in order for you to stay. I don't think they'll do that. Nah, screw that, okay? A month free was the best that they could offer me. Literally, the best thing that they could offer me was a month's free thingy. I mean, listen, if the connection was even stable, I could say, okay, the connection is stable, it's relatively reliable, blah, blah, blah. But no, not even the connection is stable. I'm not kidding. The connection even isn't stable. The connection even is not stable. The connection is literally goes like this. Sometimes I get below what I pay for, and sometimes I get more. Sometimes out of the 10, instead of getting 10 MB, I only get 6 MB or 5 MB, and sometimes I get 14, 15. I mean, I'd much rather have it that the speed was stable. The bandwidth needs to be stable in order to do things effectively. But you can't do something, you know, with something like that. I noticed that when downloading stuff, it will download maybe at 2 MB a second, and all of a sudden it'll drop to 1 MB or 1 MB and a half. or some shit, or 8K, 800 KBs even. And I'm like, what the fuck? Hank Hill says, did they start you off at that price or did they increase it over time? They started me off at that price, Hank Hill. That's the way Suriname works. That's what businesses in Suriname look like. They offer, they literally demand or they ask for ridiculously high prices when they don't even deserve to do so. This is an example, okay? My another example, you're not familiar with it, Hank Hill. My fedoras, I bought them locally. This white one, I had it imported, okay? But the other one, the black one, that's there on my chair in the background, right in front of my suitcase, it to my right here. It that one I bought it locally for $100, and the market price of the fedora is $50. I bought this white fedora, which people like more than the black one. I like it more than the black one too. Um, this one market price is $50. I ordered this one online, $50. Look at the difference. See, I don't mind you making a profit. The whole point of doing business is to make a profit, but sell it for $75 then at the most, or $70 or something, so that you can profit $20 worth off of it, but not fucking twice as much. $50 fedora, $100 fedora. They're both one and the same brand as well as otherwise. So I'm like, seriously, what the fuck? Gregory Young says, try it, nothing to lose. I don't know, I'm just fed up, piece of shit, Solomon. I'm just so fucking sick of every aspect of this work less than nothing whole. I don't think there's anyone in this world that hates Suriname as much as I do. I mean, those that are aware of Suriname's existence. I mean, seriously, it's just every fucking thing. Not even the simplest of things are available. I mean, I don't even think that I can find local toilet paper that I can wipe my ass with. It'll just stick to my ass or something similar, or it'll be too thin, and my hands will get dirty with my own shit when wiping my ass. So I'm just sick of the fucking worthlessness. I'm just sick of it. Oh, David B says it will get better soon. Yeah, I know, but still, making everyday decisions like these are just I don't know what to do. On the one hand, I don't want to. I don't want to lose my current living standard, so I don't want to lose my internet privileges, my speed, and all the things that I'm used to. When you're used to a certain way of life, then you're used to a certain way of life, and you don't want to take a couple of steps back. But at the same time, I want to save up. I don't want to spend this. I want to keep monthly expenses, as low as possible. I don't want to pay so much fucking money for bullshit that's not supposed to cost as much. I mean, literally costs me. It almost, like I said, it's just I pay 7 to 8 times more than I'm supposed to be paying. This thing is supposed to cost $90 by local standards. $90 is already half of someone's income here, approximately. And then, I have to deal with this shit. Um, I mean, it's like I'm paying. It's not like I am paying someone's fucking salary. I'm paying someone's fucking salary and lunch and vacation privileges and shit on a monthly basis. So I don't know. I might bite the bullet, and just say, nah, it's enough. I'm gonna be hard ass about this, and I'll just say no. I don't want it anymore. Send someone over to uninstall that dish on the roof and shit, and take your fucking modem with you. And done. I'll think of something else, like Victor G said, maybe a podcast or something. In any case, I'll simply make do. David B says you should visit the Hagia Sophia before deciding. LOL. That's a good one. I'm gonna go all the way to Turkey, all the fucking way to Turkey, just for the sake of I'm gonna go all the way to Turkey. That's a good one. Maybe it would clear your mind. LOL. Nah, 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 definitely. Yeah, fuck. Nah, I'm visiting the Hagia Sophia, definitely. It's so beautiful. So fucking beautiful. It is so beautiful. I'm definitely visiting the Hagia Sophia. I mean, I built my own Hagia Sophia in Suriname. Suriname wasn't that fucking worthless. I would definitely build my own Hagia Sophia, but Suriname is too worthless to have something like that built here. You know, it's like throwing pearls to swines. Don't do it. They just look at my building and be like, what the fuck is this? They're too useless and too worthless and everything else in between. Oh, so yeah, it's 12:30 in my location, half past noon. Weather is still holding up. David B says maybe they think it's a new supermarket. Yeah, they think that they'll think most likely that it's some kind of fucking mosque or some kind of so-called Walmart or some shit. As stupid as they are. Um, I've been streaming for 4 hours and 10 minutes. Gregory M is laughing. Yeah. Don't throw pearls to swines, okay? The swines can't appreciate the value of that pearl. The swines would much rather have food that they can roll around in, preferably their own shit. So again, don't throw pearls to swans. So yeah, I'm definitely not building my Hagia Sophia in piece of shit Suriname. Suriname Sophia. You. Mm, I'm gonna build my Hagia Sophia if I do manage to build it. I'll build my Hagia Sophia in beautiful, beloved Europe. And even the Hagia Sophia must have a fucking better Wi-Fi signal. I think if I visit the Hagia Sophia in Turkey, I should at least get what 30 MB download and 10 upload. Even their fucking internet is better. Piece of crap. Even Constantine's creations have a better internet reception than so. We'll see. If I do give it up, I'll still have the mobile internet. The mobile internet is still good. It's even higher than fucking broadband. Oh, yeah. It's not like Taylor is an option. Taylor is too worthless. Useless internet. I see 5 people watching this. 5 people have upvoted this. I think it's the first time that many people have upvoted this video. Have upvoted one of those live stream videos of mine. I wonder why. It could be that people like the outside so much. Don't really know what's different compared to last time. The only difference is that I started the stream on the balcony. 4 hours and 12 minutes. 5. Yeah, 6. Someone added. Someone added an upvote. David B says, "LOL." Well, it's true. The outside looked amazing. Yeah, the outside is amazing. Okay, the view is nice. I mean, not the actual. Just the view is nice. The theoretical view, not the things that make up the views. Those things aren't nice. Okay, but the view, generally speaking, looks nice. Looks even better from here in an air-conditioned room with my stupid neighbors. I have no idea why they don't go back to the fucking jungle. Why they choose to live inside the city with what they, you know, while they choose to live inside the city. They should be just like a paradise, but then oh well. Yeah, the illusion of paradise, but when you take a better look, you're like, oh no, I'm in hell. Yeah, no, I'm in hell. It's not paradise. I confuse paradise for hell. It's like an oasis, a mirage effect. My stupid neighbor with the Bush Negro language. Temi asani ama yama. Yung muso ko tayo asani ya. Minuwan luko ya. Minasabi sa mga duwas pa balkon ya. That's how they talk. Oh, it's just David B is laughing at my Bush Negro accent, my indigenous accent. Seriously. Nalafu yo laugh ya. Pa yun eh. You na David B. Naso yun eh. If you were here, David B, they call you David B.
That's how they pronounce the stuff. They're too stupid. They can barely even speak Dutch properly, let alone English. So they literally just, oh, I mean, Gregory M, they call Gregory M. Gregory M. Pa yun eh, yeah, Gregory M yun eh, yeah. Mina first time yun eh, yeah. You tell me asan ya. Kalau ko may change you yara. Yuk moto, fuko ko, suswat kontra yuk moto ya. Typical fucking African language, you know. Which country are you from? Suswat to kontra yuk moto ya. Yuk moto Canada, mina sabi ya Canada ya. Pe Canada de ya. They don't even know where fucking Canada is, I can guarantee you. They have no idea where Canada is. uh, Spinosaurus says the way you pronounce David is how you provide, how you pronounce David in Romanian. Yeah, I know, but still, you know, still, still, it's not thingy. Um, it's still, I mean, literally, they would simply call you the white man and shit. Knowing them, white men aweti maya. Ya isha aweti manja ya aweti ama moto fu mina sabi sot kondre ya mata kia Canada. Adisi ta kia moto fu fama ine baka David B. Ataki aneng fu moto fu an kondre the Czechia aneng. Basically, the Czech Republic in Dutch is called Czechia. And yeah, mina sabi ama moto fu an sot kondre ne Czechia ya. Mina sabi adisi moto fu mina sabi ya. Atang in Toronto or Montreal, mina sabi sot kondre Canada of akari wan sot ine. I mean, see, that's fucking hilarious. I'm good with accents like that, you know. I'm comically good with accents like that. I can immediately mimic someone. Um, they should be says Bush Negro. Where did it came from? Where did it come from? That name, why Bush Negro? Because they come from the jungle. Most, alongside, aside from Native Americans, the majority of people that live in the jungle are runaway slaves back from colonial back in colonial times, you know, these slaves used to escape plantations and they went to live in the jungle and they adapted and they foraged the life for themselves. That's it. And now, you know, a lot of them are coming into the city, and it's ironic when you go to one of their villages, right? It's completely clean, squeaky clean. They're completely calm, cool, and everything. But adversely, ironically, when they come live in the city, they make a mess of everything. They just throw garbage around senselessly. They just do a bunch of fucking stuff that makes them worthless. Well, they can't even behave properly. They should visas. Oh, lol. I see now. They should visas now. They come back to try living in the city. They try making a comeback. Yeah, yeah. You're really good with that accent. I mean, seriously. I can translate everything I just said to you guys. Okay. I'm about to say. Um, these two guys, their names are David B and Gregory M. One is from the Czech Republic and the other one is from Canada. I don't know where in Canada exactly. The two man is here. One is in David B. At one in Gregory M. Yeah, minasabi ko buat busot kondre de matmote ya. David B. Ataki akmoto fu an presile Czechia of so so tisania. And Gregory M. Minatay ya mantaki akmoto fu an kondre Canada. Minasabi so foto aitan ya ta Montreal o aitan in Toronto wan so tu kasan dati ya. I don't like these guys here. Mina lobby de manja era. Mina wani weti manja. I don't like white people in my village. Mina lobby weti manja village. Mina sabsa de mai ko duja. Ah, Bush Negro is that offensive as fuck, but funny as fuck. Yeah, it's funny. Gregory says, by the way, Montreal. Yeah, I know you told me once you live in Montreal, but I'm just for conversation's sake, you know. I used to have a couple of friends too in Toronto, and I think one in Quebec, but I'm not friends with them anymore. So yeah, it's hilarious. Okay, I mean it's hilarious. It's like the Surinamese version of African, you know, any African accent. Hello, my brothers. I mean, Orange Pranks does a ridiculously funny accent with Alexander. I am doing a live stream now. I am seeing my public now. David B. and Gregory M. I bid you welcome. Welcome, my brothers. Oh, I see that both of you are laughing. Yes. See? David B says in Sirius like a new world. David B says maybe because their village is in the jungle or close to the jungle. Nah, it's not that. Okay, you should simply not litter. Okay, don't litter as a habit. I mean, why do you bring your bad manners to the city? You're supposed to bring the opposite. You're supposed to bring all the good things you learn from living in there to the city. Clean up after yourself and shit, but don't act like shit like you're some pig rolling around in your own crap. I mean, seriously. With Indians, things haven't changed here. I mean, it's still the same thing, the same accent, the stereotypical Indian accent. Yes, hello, how are you doing? My name is Kandar Patanchan. I am here to host this live stream. Blah, 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 blah. That's still the way Indians talk, okay? Here is the same thing. You want me to speak Surinamese for you? You want me to speak Surinamese for you guys? I can easily speak Surinamese. Let's see. I'm about to say, this guy is on the internet. He's hosting a live stream. I have no idea what he's doing, or I have no idea how a live stream works. Amadi sudah internet ya, amai live stream of so. Mina sa precies pa ye hor one live stream. Amata kamai hor live stream. Mina sa fana sama ne de precies. Amaneng morinura van bar kosong so ti sama ne. As you can already see, okay, Surinamese is extracted pretty much from the same language that Bush Negroes speak, but it's a more watered down version of it. Okay, there's not so much tongue twisting and shit. Spinosaurus says, "Can you do a hardcore Irish accent?" Nah, not even I can do a hardcore Irish accent. Otherwise, I'd have to hold my breath or something, or a Scottish accent. I lad. I'm going to the bar now for some pint. Nah, I can't. It's too thick. Okay, it's way too thick. I can do most accents, but no. The Dutch make me laugh with their fucking guttural accents, especially Dutch people that live in Dutch rural farmlands and whatnot. Oh ja hoor, maak je geen zorgen, het komt wel goed hoor. Vraag hoe heet jou? Sorry, what is your name? Oh, Morino Ravenberg. Oh ja hoor. I mean, it's like, seriously, what the fuck is with them? What is with people? Hank Hill says, did you get new tattoos? David B says you speak like cheese now. David B says, yes, let's go, Saranatama, Gregory. Gregory M says it's a miracle you haven't killed anyone in Suriname the way you hate them. Yeah, I know. It's all about anger management. I manage my anger accordingly. Otherwise, I would have gone postal and I would have shot up a place. I would have killed so many fucking people. Hank Hill says you now call home, tell your doctor, and self-control. No, it's a lot of self-control that goes into it. Okay, that's also why I seclude myself and why I do not really live in the country. I deliberately distance myself and I live like a tourist here. I live around the country, but I don't really live in the country. That's why even if you were to ask me something, I have no idea what's happening in the country because I don't watch television. I don't listen to the radio because I don't want to listen to I don't want to listen to Suriname's worthless radio stations. I think Suriname only has like 5 or 6 radio stations. And regarding cable networks, regarding TV channels, Suriname only has like what, 8 to 12 channels. That's it. And half of those 12 channels are Indian channels, where you'll see a bunch of fucking Indians just dancing Bollywood style nonstop. You know, I mean, you'll see guys like Ritik Roshan and Amitabh Bachchan and stuff like that. Or you'll see those old classic Indian movies where a woman has a ridiculously high pitched voice and constantly goes like "Mera mera, dekho kya hai, meri jaan." I'm like, oh god, my ears literally want to bleed. I was like, no, 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 definitely not. All you hear is Hare Rama and Hare Krishna and shit. Oh, David B says, LOL, they're playing city pop non-stop. Yeah, definitely, definitely. So yeah, it's just, mm-mm. It's just, I just, I once visited a city here, a town here called Albina. It is literally worse than Detroit, and it looks a lot like Somalia, like Somalia's capital, Mogadishu. It's a border town. It's on the border between Suriname and French Guyana. So if you want to cross over into French Guyana, you can do so by boat. but a bunch of nothing but good for nothing blacks live there. So you should see the place. The place is literally like Africa. I mean, guys, just there is only one grocery store there, just one tiny supermarket, and most criminals that commit criminal acts in Suriname, they flee to Albina, Albina. That's how the city's name is pronounced, and they flee to there. They simply hide under there, and there is nothing there. So no banks, no other businesses. There is nothing there. Period. There is nothing there. It's like the Wild West, African edition. I've seen guys literally talk to each other while driving cars and stopping at an intersection. So they just stop there all of a sudden, and these guys just talk to each other. Hey, how you doing? Everything okay with you? They stop in the middle of the street, in a busy fucking intersection, and they literally stop and go like, "Hey, how are you doing? Hey, I'm doing fine. Okay, I think I'll see you later. Are you coming by later?" At a fucking on an intersection. We're talking about two roads crossing each other. They literally just stop midway, right in the middle of the intersection. I'm like, seriously, these fucking niggas have lost their minds. But yeah, then again, we are here, so that's basically their territory. That's their domain. And I remember when I filmed, I wanted to film the French Guyanese coast, and I filmed it. And I was driving in a cab while the cab was driving past the coast and the harbor while recording it. And a lot of these guys just hustle, especially since they thought I was white. They looked at me, and I wasn't black in any case, so they thought that I was some foreigner that simply wanted to cross over in French Guyana. So they're constantly on that hustle. All they care about is making money. And a guy just asked me, "Hey, are you crossing?" I was like, "No, no, 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 no." I know what he meant. I only. That's the first time that I went to Albina, and I knew immediately what he meant. Because in theory, I had an idea based on what people told me. I was like, okay, so yeah, it's kind of like Mogadishu and Somalia. So I have an idea, and you can cross for free. You can cross cheaply. Okay, honestly, if you cross into French Guyana, those ferrymen. Let's see. I think they only take like what, 40 euros or something, or 25 euros to cross, and then you're in French Guyana. End of story. And you don't need a visa or anything when you visit the French border town of Saint Laurent. It's simply in English Saint Lawrence. But if you go further inland, you're going to French Guyana's capital called Cayenne. Then yeah, you need to have a passport at least or something, and you need to have a valid visa in case someone asks you. Because if all of a sudden a police officer stops you and you don't have any fucking documents, then you're in trouble. and uh, and yeah, and one guy yelled at me, "Hey, be on the lookout! Someone might grab it while you're recording." They'll definitely do stuff like that over there. It's like a village of criminals. Imagine a Detroit prison just being demolished and all prisoners going free. That's what it's like there. That's what Albina is like. I mean, I'd show you guys if I could, but I didn't. I never uploaded these videos. I still have them on my computer, but I never uploaded them. And otherwise, you'd hear a guy yelling in Surinamese in the background, "Hey, my man, watch out. They're going to grab your cell phone if you're not careful while you're recording." "Hey, mi bang, bigi wan, lugbo yara, demo grabasan yara. Oh, demo grabasan puro if he like fayate kasan opso." So yeah, I'm just so full of shit. You wanna know? You wanna know what I wanna fuck is in Surinamese? Me want nai. Nai means to nai, depending on the context, can mean sewing, but you get the gist. It's sewing, and crudely meant it's fucking basically. So so basically, if you told a woman me want nai, I want to fuck. You can easily tell. You can easily tell them. I want to fuck you in the ass would be me want nai ni golo. Golo means ass in Suriname, specifically anus. So me want nai ni golo. I want to fuck you in the ass. Ah, such a fucking stupid language. It's so disgusting and so unrefined. Just sounds like total gibberish. A motorcyclist is passing by. Spinosaurus says teaches more swear words. Uh, um, Gregory M says your imitations have made my day. Na make your day, yeah. Gregory M love if I make your day, yeah. I just said I made your day. Really did I, Gregory M? Gregory M, dati guy baka na Guyana, yeah. Sorry, you know moto fu Guyana. If a guy, if Montreal baka, if moto fu Montreal, no takia na ngamiara. Such stupid bush Negroes and their fucking stupid language. I just told you to go back to Montreal. I don't want you near me. Um, uh, swear words. Swear words. Piece of shit means pisika. One pisika, a piece of shit. One, a, pc, piece of, ka, shit. So just kaka, but the short version, ka, is shit in Surinamese. Spinosaurus says, well, I have to go for now. Yeah, sure. See you around. See you next stream, Spinosaurus. Yeah, if I can. Yeah. Just subscribe and, click the bell notification so that you'll get notified every chance I live stream. I need to tell people this consistently, I think, because most people simply forget to do so. Uh, Gregory M is laughing, says doesn't even sound like a language. No, it doesn't. It sounds literally like gibberish. It's like someone having a bad case of the hiccups, someone constantly going like when eating too much spicy food or too much pepper. It's just so bad. And nevertheless, there are still one or two Surinamese authors that have written books. Seranang Tongo literally means Surinamese tongue. Seranang means Suriname, east, and Tongo means tongue. Mohari Tongo iti fesiara. Mohari Tongo iti mofoyara. I'm going to yank your tongue out of your throat. Hank Hill says it helps if you schedule live streams beforehand. Listen, Hank Hill, that's the funny thing, okay? I used to do that. I did that with the very first live stream that I held. I scheduled it, but the thing is that my thingies are simply different. If I schedule a live stream, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to live stream. The live streams that I do are spur of the moment live streams, inspiration just comes to me to discuss a certain topic or similar, and I just do. I just live stream, period. So yeah, that's unfortunately not going to work because I'm someone, if I get inspired to do something, I get to it right away. The idea can't stay in my mind for too long, otherwise, I'm going to forget it or similar. So, yeah. Sorry, that won't work, unfortunately, because I used to schedule streams, okay? I used to schedule live streams, but again, it's the same thing. It just click the bell icon and you'll be notified the second I live stream. Similar to clicking on the set reminder button if I were to schedule a live stream. Pretty much the same thing. I know that you can't free yourself of the very moment that I'm live streaming, but yeah, it's still better than not hearing anything at all. Still not better than not hearing anything at all. Um, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Uh, that's pretty much it. Been streaming for 4.5 hours now. Gregory says maybe next stream you can try to do it with your mobile connection just to have an idea of the quality. Oh, that's what you mean. No, I don't think so because my mobile data network is ridiculously unstable and that's going to mess up the stream. My mobile data network, I mean, 1 minute you can literally test it and it will say that, for example, 5 MB download, 3 MB upload. And literally right after a minute, it's different. It's 2 MB download and maybe 4 MB upload or 1 MB upload. It's just a fucking shit show, and it's a shit show that I get tired of. So yeah, so we shall see. In any case, in any case,
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a stream, not call it a day. I'm gonna call it a stream. 4.5 hours. It's close to it's 6 minutes to 1 p.m. I think I'm gonna get myself something to eat. I haven't eaten anything yet. So yeah, I'm gonna eat myself something. Ah, and I will see you guys later, maybe in the evening or something. Maybe. If not, then some other time. But bye for now. Yeah, have a nice day too, Gregory and David B and Hank Hill and everyone else that came online. Thank you and everyone that's watching. Bye bye.